Welcome to another episode. It is currently 10:47 a.m. and today's date is the 12th of January 2025. You know what time it is? It is your boy Genesis. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. So, it is still going down in California and I just learned some new information that I would like to share with you guys. Welcome one time again. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, so check this out. For the people who did not know, okay, like me, because I'm just finding out as well. If you didn't know, this happened couple of couple of months ago. Gavin Newsom, Gavin Newsom cut fire budget by $100 million month before lethal California fire report. This is what's going on, and it's like, why would you cut the fire budget by $100 million months before lethal California fire? Why? Why would you do that, Gavin? Why would you do that? It's everywhere. Okay, it's every single news outlet that you check. It's confirmed. Okay, Newsweek says Gavin Newsom cuts 100. Matter of fact, we're gonna go check it because yeah, we ain't gonna just talk about what isn't going on. We're gonna show you guys. You know how I do it. I come here with the facts and I show it to you. Okay? I show it to you. This is what's going on right now. This man cuts the fire budget, check this out, by $100 million. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Okay, so where is this? Is this gonna pull up or not? Are you gonna come up or no? All right, here we go. Boom. Says here, New York Post. This was 19 hours ago. Okay, 19 hours ago. California Governor Gavin Newsom, most people say Newsom, cut $100 million for fire. All right, let's go ahead and open this up. There you have it. This is New York Post, okay? So you know it's legit. California Governor Gavin Newsom cut $100 million for fire prevention before deadly wildfires. Why would you do that? Why would you do that, yo? Like, why would you do that? If you so love your state, your city, why would you cut? All right. Why would you cut the fire prevention budget by $100 million? Huh? Why? Why would you do that? It's right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is facts, real life situation. This ain't. I'm not making anything up. Kevin says, "Well, Genesis, this is a tabloid. This is not like this is in facts. Come on, take call in. First of all, call in is $100. Okay, if you're trying to call in, you're gonna have to cash app $100, and then we're gonna take call-ins. Okay, but with that being said, if you think this is all scam, because this is what you guys always think. All right, New York Post is a tabloid. Okay, it is tabloid. All right, here goes another one. Everything is tabloid, right? Goes another one. Here goes another one. Here goes another one. All right. But if you're trying to call in, it is $100. So yeah, just know that for when you're trying to type take call-ins, take call-ins. All right, here we go. Yahoo News, ladies and gentlemen. Yahoo News, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, here goes Yahoo News. This is Yahoo News and Fox News. Governor Newsom. Okay. Governor Newsom, ladies and gentlemen. It's not legit, he says. Governor Newsom cuts fire budget by $100 million months before lethal California fire reports. Is this fake as well? Because everybody's like, this is fake. Is this fake as well? No, let me know. Is this fake as well? Is this fake as well? Huh? Is this fake? Let me know, because everybody want to talk about. Oh God! Oh shoot! Who is legit? All right, tell me who is legit. Actually, who is legit? Let me know. Put it in the chat. It's not legit news. Who is legit? Let me know. I would like to know. All right, I would like to know who the legit uh sources. Okay, because you're saying Daily Mail. This is okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have showed you. I showed you New York Post. I showed you Yahoo News. I showed you Fox. Now I'm gonna show you another source. I'm gonna show you another source. Okay, come on, pull up. I'm gonna show you another source. All right, Daily Mail. Here goes Daily Mail, ladies and gentlemen. Daily Mail right here. All right. Gavin Newsom cut fire budget by $100 million last year while giving more water to tiny tribal fish. This ain't fake, bro. This is real life. In real life right here, bro. This is real life. Daily Mail, New York Post, Fox News, New York Post, every one of them are lying. I see. But if they wrote if this same guys wrote and said Trump Trump is a convicted felon, they'll say, yeah, he's a convicted felon. He's a convicted felon. If this same folks had written about Trump being some type of, you know, ale, y'all say, yeah, it's true. It is absolutely true. It is true. He did it. But as long as it's your guy, Gavin Newsom, who literally made sure that Los Angeles County is on fire, you don't want to support it. Always fake. Always fake. It's fake news, yo. Come on, Genesis. It is fake news. That's what they say. But if it's Trump, then it's true. It's true, right? What's going on? Do I still have internet? Why isn't this going? Oh shoot. Okay, let me see. Come on, pull up. But you didn't respond. Oh, there goes talking about Newscom. Here goes talking about Newscom, ladies and gentlemen. Can't even figure out why this page isn't loaded. But like you see, all right, with that being said, I'm gonna work on this right here. But first, get off your McDonald's Wi-Fi. Ah, I wish I was on McDonald's Wi-Fi, bro. That may probably be faster than this right here. I'm with Xfinity, and it's like, come on, y'all. They're watching me right now. They don't want me to spill the facts. Like, they don't want me to spill the facts. They're like, yo, you spilling too much facts, yo, G. Yo, G, you spilling too much fact. You know too much at this point. Yeah. You know too much at this point, Genesis. We gonna make sure this don't work. Shout out to my boy, the Prince of Amsterdam, Zima. You know what time it is, Zima. What time it is? Yo. What's good, Brody? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Discord as well. Now, on the Discord, if you decide to come, have a conversation, we could do some. But, if you're trying to call in on this show, it is $100. So, Kevin, you definitely ain't getting paid that much. Where you going? You ain't going to go back and forth. Yeah, you ain't getting paid that much. Yeah. Yeah, you ain't getting paid that much.
Okay, it's 1 p.m. We're going to go ahead and get this press conference started. My name is AJ Lester. I'm a public information officer here on the Eaton Fire. Today, you're going to hear from a number of speakers to give an incident update on the Eaton Fire. And then if you hold your questions, we will have a question and answer portion at the end. The first speaker is going to be the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors Chair, Catherine Barger.
Thank you, AJ. Good afternoon. One of the most common questions I'm hearing from residents impacted, especially by the Eaton Fire, is, what do I do now, and when can I go home? Our neighbors want to know where to go for immediate help, how to get information about their home, when they can return, and what long-term resources are available. I want people to know this evening at 4 p.m., there will be a virtual meeting for all residents impacted by the Eaton Fire to get their questions answered. Rest assured, this is going to be just one of many of the virtual meetings that we are going to be having. We are going to allow the residents to be engaged and get the questions answered that they need to move forward. This morning, we heard from our insurance commissioner, Ricardo Lara, regarding what the Department of Insurance is doing to help people as they navigate the insurance coverage that they may or may not have. This is an important thing to note. Ricardo Lara has set up an 800 number, which I'm going to put up on our website. But I want you all to know that we are going to be working diligently with the state to make sure that those that are insured get the financial help they need. I'm also hearing that I know yesterday we announced that FEMA has set up a website, and I'm seeing that people are filling out the form and being denied. I'm following up on that to find out what is going on, because it is completely mind-boggling to me that people who have lost everything are filling out a form as told, and then are getting an immediate denial. So if you have done that, please, I'm going to.
Oh, God. You can never make this up. I mean, some people are going to say this is fake news as well. This is real life, y'all. People are they're filling out the forms for FEMA. And FEMA is denying them immediately, ladies and gentlemen.
Want you all to know that we are going to be working diligently with the state to make sure that those that are insured get the financial help they need. I'm also hearing that I know yesterday we announced that FEMA has set up a website, and I'm seeing that people are filling out the form and being denied. I'm following up on that to find out what is going on, because it is completely mind-boggling to me that people who have lost everything are filling out a form as told, and then are getting an immediate denial. So if you have done that, please, I'm going to try to get an answer within 24 hours to find out what's going on so that you all get the answers you deserve. If you have any questions and that you want answered during the meeting tonight, you can drop the questions in a chat during the live stream, or submit them ahead of time via email to 2025.eaton@firenet.gov. Again, 2025.eaton, EATON, @firenet.gov. We've also extended the opportunity to utility companies to participate and answer your questions. I know that's another question we're getting is, when is my power going to come on? When is my gas going to come on? These are questions that we're going to be addressing tonight, so I would encourage you all to participate. And last but not least, and I've said it, and we've got elected town council up in the Altadena area, and I know of at least 4 have lost their homes. These are elected officials that are representing the community, and I want you all to know that they are.
Oh God. Oh God. Yo, 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 yo. Y'all talking about what website should we go to? Your mayor in Los Angeles said at URL. Just go to our URL, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. And she's right here saying, this is another person saying FEMA is automatically denying people. Shout out to Joe Biden. Joe, we did it, Joe. We did it.
With us. They'll be there on the virtual call tonight and are very, very, very much a part of the community. And I just want to acknowledge them because it's important for us to recognize that behind every single thing you're seeing on the TV, there are people's lives who have been impacted, and it is not lost on me. So with that, I'm going to introduce now Los Angeles County Fire Department Fire Chief Anthony Maroney to give you an update on the Eaton fire.
So good afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. The Eaton fire is estimated to be 13,956 acres with 3% containment. We have over 7,000 structures damaged or destroyed and 1,527 firefighting personnel on scene. Yesterday afternoon, the Eaton fire made a run towards historic Mount Wilson. The Mount Wilson Observatory and the telescope are undamaged thanks to the efforts of our firefighters and observatory staff. No buildings or infrastructure have been damaged or destroyed at Mount Wilson. We are appreciative to our many mutual aid and out-of-state fire partners for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of greatest need. The current red flag event that we are under right now will expire at 6 p.m. this evening. However, we do anticipate another red flag event beginning on Monday, and I can assure everybody LA County will be prepared. Before I close, I would like to thank Board Chair and 5th District Supervisor Catherine Barger for her unwavering support and leadership. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of all first responders who have put themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property. And to our residents impacted by this devastating fire siege, please rest assured that we will not stop until the fires are fully contained, and we will continue to be here for you as we plan for the repopulation, recovery, and rebuilding that will be occurring. Thank you. I would now like to introduce Assistant Sheriff Myron Johnson of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Well, good afternoon. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has deployed over 500 sheriff's personnel and still have actively deployed additional personnel to the fires. And that's in addition to our normal patrol staffing functions. Deputies have actively patrolled the evacuated areas and increased their presence in those areas for looting, deterrence, as well as burglary suppression efforts. Overall, the evacuations for the Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, Kenneth, and Lydia fires, evacuation orders approximately 100,053 residents are under evacuation orders, and approximately 57,830 structures remain at risk. Evacuation warnings, approximately 166,800 residents are under evacuation warnings, and approximately 50,837 structures remain at risk. As you heard our sheriff speak about yesterday and this morning, we have a curfew enacted in the affected areas. It's been established in the Palisades and the Eaton fire areas, and it's a mandatory evacuation zones, that will be in effect from 6 p.m. this afternoon until 6 a.m. tomorrow until further notice. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent looting in areas where residents have been evacuated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is live right now. So we are going to listen to this. That wasn't live. This is currently the one happening right now before you go to the website at URL. So just chill. Don't go to the website right now at URL. Just chill. Okay, let's listen to this.
United and focused on exactly what we need to do to prepare the city with these next strong winds that are coming. Every available LAFD firefighter is on hand and will remain in.
Okay.
To express my department is prepared. These winds, combined with low relative humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County very high. I asked our county residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster. I would like to express my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Board Chair, Supervisor Catherine Barger, and Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for their leadership and unwavering support of our residents, my fire department, and me as fire chief. To our first responders battling these wildfires, thank you for your relentless and fearless dedication in protecting residents and property throughout this great county. And finally, to all LA County residents, please be assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires from the air and on the ground until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin repopulation of evacuated areas, establishment of disaster recovery centers, and the rebuilding of your homes, your communities, and your lives. I would now like to introduce my trusted partner in public safety, LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chief. Here we are, so good morning. Yesterday, I spent the day in the Palisades community and visited a number of our fire stations, Fire Station 23 and Fire Station 69, and had the opportunity to talk with our members who were the first on scene at the Palisades fire. Even without running water, gas, or electricity, your LAFD firefighters are doing everything they can to help the community.
Oh, for real?
Although it was devastating to see firsthand the destruction of this fire, it is tremendously uplifting to all over Los Angeles region. There are donations of food, water, supplies, literally spilling over and out into our local fire stations that have become hubs for all of us to grieve, to have a warm meal, and to also gather together and support one another. Your LAFD firefighters and everybody involved in these active fire incidences will continue to work relentlessly around the clock. I will now provide a brief update on the 2 active fires that are burning within the city of Los Angeles. Palisades Fire. Air and ground crews worked tirelessly overnight with favorable wind conditions to prevent further spread into the Mandeville Canyon area. The fire is currently at 23,707 acres with 4,720 personnel that are assigned with 11% containment. Evacuation orders and warnings remain in place. I know this is incredibly frustrating, but I would like to understand, I'd like to express and explain the why our residents are not allowed to come back into that area. There are still active fires that are burning within the Palisades area, making it extremely, extremely dangerous for the public. There's no power, there's no water, there's broken gas lines, and we have unstable structures. The first responders are working as quickly as possible to ensure that it is safe for you to return into your communities. Canine search teams have been deployed to assist with our recovery efforts. The Hearst fire. I'm extremely pleased to report that this fire has been held to 799 acres and is now 89% contained with over 300 firefighters assigned. Now today, strong north to northeast winds gusts are up to 50 miles per hour with low humidity will be observed. A red flag warning is in effect and will remain until 6 p.m. Wednesday evening. Strong Santa Ana winds are also expected to last through Wednesday, with the strongest winds occurring on Tuesday. With the next wave of wind events, I want to be very, very clear here. It's very important that the community understands that these wind events are coming into Los Angeles. I want to reassure you that Mayor Bass, Chief McDonald, and I are united and focused on exactly what we need to do to prepare the city with these next strong winds that are coming. Every available LAFD firefighter is on hand and will remain in place through this wind event. Additionally, firefighters continue to pour into Southern California region to bolster our firefighting capabilities. Next, I'd like to introduce LA County Sheriff Luna. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to start off with talking about staffing. We've increased our LA County Deputy Sheriff staffing to about 1,200 personnel, and that probably will continue to grow. Many of them are on 12-hour shifts, which means 12 on, 12 off. They're working incredibly hard. They have been assigned close to 1,500 missions, and that a lot of work, a lot of good work that's still continuing. The missions continue to include hard road closures, traffic control points, roving security, welfare checks, evacuations as needed, requested by fire, and at times, when able to, escorts for essential services and need. We also have assigned at least 60 California Highway Patrol officers, split up for us, some at the Eaton Fire location, others at the Palisades location. I personally like to thank Commissioner Sean DeRee, who I will be meeting with. He's coming down here to thank him for his incredible help. National Guard deployment is still at approximately 400. They're assisting the following agencies: the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, Pasadena, Santa Monica, Arcadia, Azusa, and Sierra Madre. Yesterday, I submitted additional requests for more National Guard assistance, specifically to the Los Angeles Police Department and the LA County Sheriff's Department. So I'm hoping that you'll see additional National Guard personnel arriving today. I will be meeting with one of their very high-ranking executives later today. Evacuations for the Palisades and Eaton fires. These numbers are for both county and city area. They have dropped in the last couple of days, which is some good news. But as you hear, it's still a very fluid situation, and that could change. So be aware of that. We're at approximately 105,000 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 87,000 residents under evacuation warnings. I just want to remind everybody, if you are asked to leave and you're in an evacuation order area, your life is in danger. You need to leave. I know and it's been stated already, a lot of our residents are trying to get back, and they're frustrated. I stopped by several checkpoints, both in Altadena and Malibu yesterday. I personally listened to residents, please let me back in. So I'm just going to say this. In driving around some of these areas, they literally look like war zones. There are down power poles, electric wires. There are still some smoldering fires. It is not safe. The minute it is safe, we understand the inconvenience, and every conversation we're having about evacuations, that depopulation conversation is continuously coming up. We do care. We want to get you back into your homes, but we can't allow.
Damn, they're shooting. Damn, they're shooting up here, bro. Damn, they're shooting. Yo, they're shooting out here, bro. Where my Glock at?
That
Yeah, I'll be right
until
back.
it is safe for you to do so. In regards to arrest and criminal activity, we had several more arrests overnight, bringing our total to approximately, I'm going to say approximately because we're still trying to reconcile numbers, about 29, 25 in the Eaton Fire area and 4 in the Palisades area. I'm going to guess that Chief McDonald may talk about this, but when I was out there in the Malibu area, I saw a gentleman that looked like a firefighter, and I asked him if he was okay because he was sitting down. I didn't realize we had him in handcuffs. We were turning him over to LAPD because he was dressed like a fireman, and he was not. He just got caught burglarizing a home. So those are issues that our frontline deputies and police officers are dealing with. So again, that's why we're asking for your patience. Yesterday in Palisades, we had 1 arrest for a curfew violation. Unfortunately, they resisted arrest. In Eaton, we had 6 arrests last night, 3 for curfew violations and 3 for additional charges, including carrying a concealed firearm and narcotics-related charges. Now, I just gave you stats about things our deputies are dealing with in the street. I want to put out a caution to people. If you are thinking about scamming, using this incident to take advantage of residents that have already been victimized, from a white-collar perspective, I have been in close communication. We had a press conference yesterday with Chief McDonald and I, the State Attorney General. We've been in constant communication with District Attorney Nathan Hochman. I also received a call a day ago from Martin Estrada, the U.S. Attorney here. They are all eager to prosecute anybody who is taking advantage of our residents during this very difficult time, whether it is a burglary or it is some kind of white-collar crime and a scam or anything that you may be thinking about doing. The next issue, which is a little more difficult to talk about, is yesterday we started a search and rescue operation out in the Eaton area where in the first day of this operation, grid searching, we searched approximately 364 properties in the Altadena area, and unfortunately during that search, we did locate 3 deceased. As these searches continue, I unfortunately anticipate that those numbers will increase. We will start a similar operation in the northern side of the county here very soon. So the numbers I have, and again, it's going to change. Unfortunately, we have confirmed 14 deaths, and that is in our specific LA County jurisdiction. 11 at the Eaton fire and 3 in our portion or our jurisdiction in the Palisades fire. LA cities, that's in addition to. So when you hear the coroner, our partners at the coroner reporting numbers, that's a little bit different. Missing persons. I cannot emphasize, because I'm getting text and calls, if you believe somebody is missing, please report it to your local law enforcement agency. Right now, with the Sheriff's Department, we have 16 missing person reports. We have 12 in Eaton and 4 in Palisades. If there's any good news, there's no juveniles that are missing within those numbers. But I know just coming here this morning, It sounds like we just got dozens and dozens more. I have to reconcile those numbers. We'll report them at a later time. Yeah, and then as I conclude, I know I talk about arrest. That is negative. Some of the things we're talking about are sad. But in this time of crisis, the calls for people wanting to help and donate are enormous. And that's who we are in the county of Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles. So I just want to throw this out. If you are interested in donating food, money, clothing, whatever that may be, the Emergency Network Los Angeles by visiting www.enla.org. And thank you for all of you who are amazing out there who want to help. And then if you want updated information about evacuation orders, warnings, or road closures, lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Los Angeles Police Chief, Jim McDonald.
Good morning. Thank you, Sheriff. In the wake of the devastating fires, I just want to acknowledge the incredible strength and resilience that our community has shown during these very challenging times. It's truly inspiring to see neighbors coming together to support one another. And as your Chief of Police, I want to ensure you that the LAPD remains fully committed to your safety and well-being as we all move forward together. LAPD currently has over 600 officers deployed to these areas with support from the Los Angeles Airport Police, Port Police, and the National Guard, who has 100 soldiers assigned to the Palisades incident, and we're very grateful for their support. Excuse me. I want to just touch on, during the evacuation at the early stages, thousands of people fled their homes without notice and without much of anything but the clothes on their back. Traumatic experience, certainly, for everybody involved. We tried to be as compassionate as we could be by putting together escorts that provided limited access for people to get into the area very deliberately and be able to retrieve medication or pets in some cases. What we found was that was successful for those who we were able to accommodate, but the numbers became overwhelming. There was frustration, there were long waits to be able to do it, and we still tried to facilitate it, although we weren't able to do that for everyone. Today we need to suspend that practice effective immediately. We have search operations now beginning. We will have cadaver dog deployment, and that will result in crime scene preservation efforts, and then the recovery of remains, working closely with the LA County Coroner. Tomorrow, winds will be picking up, as you heard, further, complicating our efforts and creating an additional fire danger. And so the atmosphere is very continuously changing. We have to adapt to the conditions that are presented to us, and in this case, this is a modification that some will have difficulty with, and I apologize for that. We recognize the importance of protecting fire-affected areas, not just from the physical dangers left behind, but also from those who might exploit this tragedy. To that end, our officers are conducting increased patrols in the areas impacted by the fires. Identifying the cause of these fires is critically important. In conjunction with our partner agencies and led by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, we've created the Los Angeles Regional Wildfire Investigative Task Force, who's actively working to identify the cause of the Palisades fire and ultimately all of the fires that we have experienced. LAPD is still enforcing a curfew in Los Angeles city areas where mandatory evacuations are still in place. Last night we made an arrest for an individual who violated that curfew order. As Sheriff Luna referred to the night before, there were 3 individuals in a vehicle. They were stopped. They were where they weren't supposed to be. One had on fire jacket and a fire hat, and he was additionally arrested for impersonating a firefighter. We have people who will go to all ends to be able to do what it is they want to do to exploit the victims of this tragedy. LAPD, the order will remain in place tonight, curfew order from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and unless you're public safety personnel or some other disaster workers, you have no reason to be at these locations, and if you are in those areas, you will be subject to arrest. Enforcing a curfew is an important tool to keep the burn areas and evacuated properties secure, keeping looters out. This effort also helps protect public safety personnel who are operating in darkness in very difficult conditions. And as you heard previously, the threat there from gas lines, from electricity, down power lines, and many other, not to mention the toxic environment that exists in that area due to the fire that burned plastics and different types of composite material. We all know what the long-term effects of exposure to that can be. I won't go in here to the scams, and the sheriff referred to that, but there are a lot of scams. I would ask that for those of you looking to donate to fire victims, do so with caution. Before contributing, take time to thoroughly research the charity or organization that you're considering. Reputable groups will have clear information about their mission and proven track records. Websites like Charity Navigator and the Better Business Bureau are excellent resources to help verify their legitimacy. It's also good practice to avoid cash donations whenever possible, opting instead for secure, traceable payment methods to ensure that your contributions reach those in need. And if you come upon fraudulent donation requests, please notify us so that we can investigate. Together we can prevent further harm and protect the generosity of our community. In closing, I just want to reiterate that our department and all of us standing here before you and so many others are with you. We're here for you for the duration, not only to ensure your safety, but provide support and resources necessary to recover and ultimately rebuild. I want to assure the community that we're working tirelessly every day to protect lives, property, and maintain public safety during this critical time. Thank you all for your resilience and cooperation during this very difficult time. Now I'd like to introduce from the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. Yesterday, I sent a letter to President-elect Trump inviting him to visit our county to see the devastation of these wildfires firsthand, to meet with our impacted residents and hear their stories, to thank our first responders, and most importantly, to see how the federal government can help our communities heal and rebuild. In my years at the county, I have seen time and time again how essential of a partner the federal government is when responding to an emergency and helping our communities recover. I look forward to welcoming President-elect Trump to our communities so he can see the desperate need, but also the incredible opportunity, hope, and perseverance of our impacted neighbors. It is in seeing this hope that I am confident that our communities will recover and rebuild. I also met with representatives from the state yesterday and discussed what we will need to rebuild LA. Legislative leaders committed to working with the county to cut the red tape that will slow and limit residents rebuilding their homes. I also want to share that California Governor Newsom announced a sweeping executive order this morning related to the rebuilding efforts. Notably, he is suspending CEQA reviews and California coastal permitting for reconstruction of properties substantially damaged or destroyed in the fires devastating Los Angeles County. I also appreciate the directive to state agencies to identify additional permitting requirements that can be safely suspended or streamlined to accelerate rebuilding and make it more affordable. I want to thank the governor for hearing my request and taking swift action to ensure that our residents will not be burdened by unnecessary requirements as they begin the process of recovery and rebuilding. We are also going to need full partnership from the county, city, state, and federal governments. And I am committed to bringing everyone to the table for the betterment of our residents that right now are in tremendous need. Every day since these fires began, I have gone out to the impacted communities to hear directly from our neighbors and see the devastation for myself. I'm also meeting with multiple times a day with our incident command. The focus, sacrifice, and determination of our firefighters and our first responders is unmatched. And I have no doubt that they are doing all they can to protect our communities and that they are going to get these fires out. There have been so many questions about availability of resources for impacted residents, specifically the resources available through FEMA. Yesterday, the county announced they will be hosting FEMA staff at 7 and now 8 libraries for residents to get direct assistance for disaster relief. For fire victims in the San Gabriel and Crescenta Valley areas, libraries include La Crescenta, La Cañada Flint Ridge, Live Oak, Temple City, San Gabriel, and Alhambra. For fire victims in the West LA or in the San Fernando Valley, libraries include West Hollywood and San Fernando. They will be open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. today and tomorrow. And following this, the local assistance centers that will be co-located with FEMA disaster recovery centers will be opening soon. Additional information will be announced in the coming days. While fighting the fires remains our top priority, we are rapidly deploying resources to ensure that the displaced residents have access to the resources they need in the short and the long term. My commitment to these that are impacted is simple. I'm going to see this through with you. We will not let up using every resource to fight existing fires. Displaced residents will be served to the highest level as we address your housing, welfare, health care, and economics needs. I met a couple yesterday who lost their home, and the business burned down and he lost his job, and they have no insurance. People are suffering. And when we rebuild, I can assure you that the county will lead the restoration of neighborhoods that are safe, prosperous, and reflect the beautiful and loving community that has always stood there. With that, I'd like to introduce the City of Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Supervisor, and let me assure you that you will have a full partner in the City of Los Angeles.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. At URL, I give to you the LA Mayor, Karen Bass.
Yesterday, I was at the Hearst Command Post in Sylmar, and it was an example of our heroic first responders. The department, the Deputy Chief, Jamie Moore, is an example of one of those heroic first responders. I received an in-depth briefing about the fires, the successes, and the upcoming threats. Also met with many volunteers. It was very inspirational to be there and to see groups of people coming up in the entire time I was there, delivering all sorts of supplies for the first responders. It was an example to me of the spirit of our city and how we need to continue to act in a unified manner. Those people that are affected by the fires, we give all of our possible support to, and those people who are not affected by the fires but who are willing to come out and volunteer and help. We will be prepared. We will get through this. But it takes the unity and the spirit that I saw yesterday to make sure that Los Angeles comes out of this a much better city.
Thank you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody just said in the chat, isn't she a gang member from the old days? Is that true? If you think Karen Bass was or used to be, okay, used to be a gang member from the old days, confirm it in the chat. Let's know in the chat, y'all.
As we fight these fires, my office is already working to make sure that we can rebuild as fast as we can by cutting through the bureaucracy that holds us back even in normal times. I want to join the supervisor in thanking the governor for his action this morning. That will go a long way to making Los Angeles stronger than ever. And the generosity we are seeing proves that we will. More than 13,000 people have donated over $6 million to the California Community Foundation's Wildlife Recovery Fund. Please join them in supporting the most vulnerable people affected by the fire at calfund.org. Also support the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation at supportlafd.org. Let me thank every Los Angeles firefighter and the thousands of firefighters from across the state, the nation, and even the world. People are coming from everywhere to help us and make sure that we are ready for the days ahead. So to them, I want to say thank you. For Angelenos impacted by the firestorm and for Angelenos looking to help, the city has created an online hub at lacity.gov to create a single place for people to go for assistance or to find ways to help our community. This includes evacuation zones, FEMA support, resources for small businesses, and more. In the upcoming days, you will see as we continue to fight the fires, prepare for what is to come this week, but we will also prepare for our recovery. Thank you.
No, you are, Aldo.
Good morning. I want to start by extending my sincere condolences and sympathies to the families of the victims who have been identified and who continue to be identified through the heroic work of our first responders. For updates in the 3rd District, power is back on in Topanga and significant progress has been made in standing down the fires. I want to thank everyone who's on the front lines in Topanga. I was personally there. I know we're working on the generator issue at the library, and I thank everyone who is staying strong in Topanga to protect that special area. Grateful, again, last night for the firefighters who also worked to protect the Mandeville Canyon area. The chief and I were on site last night and witnessed firsthand the heroic efforts that are happening there, and I know will continue to happen throughout the day to protect the region. SoCal Gas is starting to restore connections in Malibu today as well. Shifting gears to our public health issues, LA County is currently under a local health emergency. This is also declared by Secretary Becerra. Our smoke advisory has been issued that will be likely extended through next week. Malibu, Pacific Palisades, Altadena, Pasadena, downtown Los Angeles, and areas nearby the fires currently have unhealthy air quality. Everyone in areas with visible smoke or the smell of smoke should limit outdoor activities. If you must go outside, we strongly recommend wearing an N95 or 9100 mask to remove smaller particles from the air. At home, close your windows and your doors. Run air conditioning or air purifiers and check your filters regularly. In your car, close your windows or your vents. Turn air conditioning on to recirculate. Do not use leaf blowers or other actions that will push ash into the air. I know we're working to clear areas. We're not using these blowers. There is currently a do not drink notice for Pacific Palisades and adjacent communities north of San Vicente Boulevard under evacuation notice. LADWP is distributing bottled water at the Westwood Recreation Center and adjacent to the Brentwood Country Club. Please continue to follow all drinking water advisories. LA County Department of Public Health is also currently providing N95 masks at all evacuation shelters and to community-based organizations. Due to ocean contamination, please avoid the beaches at the following locations. Malibu Point at Surfrider Beach near Malibu Tower 3, 100 yards up and down the coast from Lifeguard Tower 3. Solstice Canyon at Dan Blocker County Beach, 100 yards up and down the coast from the creek. Inner Cabrillo Beach in San Pedro. Additional county resources, as you heard, FEMA staff are available to provide assistance at 8 county libraries today. We also are providing additional mental health support, and you're able to call 800-854-7771. For more information, continue to check emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest updates and resources. I want to echo my thanks to the governor for his swift action, as well as to the President and Vice President of the United States who personally reached out to extend their support. I want to conclude with my deepest gratitude to all of our first responders who are fighting tirelessly to keep us safe. I know we're trying to help get you a break before the red flag event begins, but I know deep down you will not let us down, and you're going to persevere, and we will have your back. Thank you.
Good morning. Helen Chavez, Communications Director for Board Chair Catherine Barger. Chair Barger recognizes and thanks the following elected representatives for joining us this morning and for their ongoing support during this emergency. Assembly Member Jessica Caloza and Senator Maria Elena Durazo. We will now transition to the question and answer portion of our press conference. When you are called upon, please announce your name and the media outlet that you are with. You can raise your hands if you want to be called on. Anybody have a question?
Okay. I'm Bianca Beltran with NBCLA. You spoke about the arrests that were made overnight in recent days. Can you speak to the biggest challenges when it comes to access in these fire areas? And do you find that these individuals are from the area or coming from further away? Thank you.
In regards to the challenges in our areas for the LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction, the individuals that we're contacting do not live in the areas where we're arresting them. We're finding out they have zero business being in these areas. So I do want to reiterate to our communities, if you do not belong in these affected areas, do not go there. You are subject to arrest. I listed some of the charges. We are contacting people. And we are finding a variety of things, including people with firearms, with narcotics. Don't go there. Hopefully that answers your question.
Any other questions? We're going to go over here in the plaid shirt. Microphone.
Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. How troubled are you that there's a lack of communication between the city of Los Angeles and the incoming Trump administration?
There isn't a lack of communication between the city of Los Angeles and the incoming Trump administration. I have spoken with representatives of the incoming administration. I'll be talking more about that in the coming days.
Mayor Bass, where do conversations stand about long-term housing for the displaced?
Well, you will hear more from us this week in terms of moving into the recovery phase. There's a lot of things that we need to do, but one of the things that we're looking at, and you know, something I've been working on for a long time in terms of expediting the process, but given this emergency, looking back at efforts that had taken place in the past and how we move full stream ahead. And this is where I was saying that we're going to be lockstep with the county because we need to cut through the red tape that has always been a problem. But now it's over. We absolutely have to get past this and get the rebuilding going as fast as possible.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. Any other questions? We're going to go right here in the middle. Name and media outlet.
Hi, this is Kirsten with KCAL News. On the missing people, I understand there was the Family Assistance Center that was opened in Pasadena. Is that still open? And I mean, how many are you talking about that are still unaccounted for?
So in regards to missing persons, I reported 16 earlier today. I want to make sure that anybody who believes their family members are missing, that they do contact us, at least at the Sheriff's Department in our county areas. And then we do have the Family Assistance Center, so they can go there to report them or ask any questions that they may have. But it is critical that we are aware of these situations. And when I talk about reconciling numbers, hour by the hour, the numbers increase. Sometimes they decrease because people are being found. So I expect or anticipate that the number of missing persons will absolutely go up. But if there's a doubt in anybody's mind, please, that's what we're here for. Please contact us right away, and we'll guide you through the process so it's easier for you, because very difficult circumstances that we're all under right now.
We're going to go in the middle in the magenta shirt.
Beth Slepaz, KNBC News. NBC News is at Brentwood, where yesterday and today there's been massive lines of people waiting to get into the evacuated area to get things from their homes, medicines, etc. We're being told by folks here that they heard the city was allowing people up to their homes if they came to this location, but then they're not allowed. Some say they're being told by LAPD 3 cars can go up with an escort every 15 to 20 minutes, but it's not happening. A LAPD officer is telling some resident, in quote, it's all up to the fire department. What's the plan for all these people? Will they be taking people to homes today, and what's the plan for these residents?
Yeah, thank you. I addressed that in my comments earlier. We had tried to facilitate as best we could people going in for a very short time, escorted, the situation controlled, to get medication and in some case small pets. In the early days in particular, that got unwieldy. Many people came out. They wanted to see, understandably, their property and the condition of their property. Today, effective today, we've stopped that practice, and as we move forward, we'll reassess down the road. But as I mentioned, we're bringing in beginning search operations, bringing in cadaver dogs, and beginning the recovery of remains process. So, in addition to the threats that are posed by downed power lines, gas lines open, we've made the determination that we're no longer able to accommodate that. The winds are coming back tomorrow, presenting additional issues for us to deal with. Thank you.
Can I add on to the medication? And I know for Pasadena, and I'm sure it's out in the evacuation locations, Kaiser and the county have personnel, doctors on site for those that need to get their medication, recognizing that people didn't bring it with them. So if they can't get in, I would really encourage them to go to one of the evacuation centers, because it's important for them to know that we, in fact, do have people writing script. And we're going to put that up on our LA County website so that people know where they can go to access prescriptions for medication.
Any other questions? Okay.
And I apologize. Tom Manson with CBS News. What, if any, concern is there about animosity from the incoming Trump administration toward California and its efforts to fight this fire? And that's Mayor Bass. That's directly to you.
Actually, I'm not worried about that. I mean, I joined in the invitation to the incoming president to come to Los Angeles. I joined with the supervisor and the governor, spoke directly with the incoming administration yesterday. It was a fine call, so I'm not concerned about that. There are also, as I mentioned before, a number of my former colleagues who are up for confirmation, and I feel like I will have good relations there.
Is the incoming president expected to come here?
I believe so. I mean, I certainly, it was a positive response yesterday.
Yeah, you know, I will say, knowing what I know, and I represent Altadena, which is probably the most diverse community that in the 5th District,
They are still talking about diverse, okay? Diversity, equity, inclusion. They're still talking about DEI. 16 people have been confirmed dead, okay? Thousands, tens of thousands of properties, acres of land, acres of houses destroyed. You're still here talking about diversity, diversity, diversity. What about performance? Okay. What about making sure that you actually know what you're doing? Nobody cares about diversity right now, bro. Nobody cares. Okay. You did not have water in your fire hydrant. Man, somebody, get these people out here.
this is the exact constituency that he was talking to. You've got socioeconomics from all walks of life, and they are suffering. So
Oh,
I'm
for real?
confident that this president will come.
Well, my conversation also yesterday was throwing around possible points of timing. No.
Okay. And then, sorry, just one more question. So we are expecting severe gusts of wind in the coming days. Is the city prepared regarding fire hydrants and water pressure?
No, they're not.
The city is prepared.
Oh,
I'm going to
really?
receive reports in a couple of hours from a couple of the other city departments. And Chief, if you want to expand on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Chief. Any other comments? Okay, thank you. And go ahead, over here.
Could you clarify the total death count related to the wildfires? And if I could also clarification or guidance from the health departments regarding the air quality for residents. Thank you.
I can confer for the Los Angeles County jurisdictional areas that we are at 14 deaths. That's 11 in the Eaton area and 3 in the Palisades area. But that's just for Los Angeles County. Los Angeles would have different numbers, and the city of Pasadena may have different numbers as well. I would say that the best source for that is the LA County Coroner's Office, because they encompass the entire county of Los Angeles, including the jurisdictions I just mentioned.
Hi, Anish Mahajan, Chief Deputy Director at LA County Public Health. The air quality is improving as we have seen the smoke lessen with the better containment of the fires. At this time, the South Coast Air Quality Management Division is indicating a smoke advisory specifically in those areas close to the fires in the northwest component of the county. County residents should continue to monitor the air quality index, the AQI levels, wherever they are, but we are seeing improved AQI numbers. And so we encourage residents who are closest to the fire, who are smelling smoke or seeing it, who have the AQI levels in the unhealthy zones, to be using masks when they're outside.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm blocked. Go ahead.
Sorry. Simon Bowie, CBS Network News. Just clarity on the discussions with the incoming administration about a visit or communication regarding this disaster. Just to be clear, has Mayor Bass, have you or you, Supervisor Barga, or has anyone in the governor's office actually had a conversation with the president-elect since this disaster has happened? He's been on social media making lots of comments.
I have not had a conversation directly with the incoming president.
So it's only been with this administration, not with him. And Supervisor, same thing, same question to you.
No, I sent my letter yesterday. I'll be following up today. We have been in discussions similar to what Mayor Bass said with high-ranking people within the incoming administration. Obviously, it's a work in progress, but there is no question in my mind that we will be touching base with him.
The sitting president was here earlier this week. Is it not disturbing that nearly a week after what could ultimately be the worst disaster in the state's history, that no one in leadership at the county, local, and seemingly the governor's level has had a conversation with the incoming president?
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, somebody has common sense. Okay. Oh, dear Lord. Dear Jesus. Dear Lord Jesus. Thank you. Somebody has common sense. Yeah, we're going to have to, you guys are the leaders, okay? You haven't had one conversation with the incoming president. So what is supposed to happen when he gets in? All you're going to do is blame him. Trump is not doing what we ask him to do. He's not helping the people of California, Los Angeles County. We are suffering. This man is racist. This man doesn't support the African American community. That's what they want to do. Point fingers at the OG. When the leaders are not talking to, they're not talking to the president-elect. Look at her. All right. Ready for the lies? Here we go.
Well, given the fact that the administration is being put together, I don't necessarily agree with you on that.
Okay. I have another question. Another question about the forecast for next week. The forecast going Monday night into Tuesday is calling for winds up to 75 miles or higher. Looking at preemption, are the hydrants working again in the Palisades specifically? Question one. Question two: are water trucks going to be displaced throughout the county and the city preemptively? And also, has there been any conversation, or maybe they're already happening, preemptive frost check drops on areas where homes are right next to very wooded areas, or like, we had Mandeville Canyon the other day, while we have cooperative wind conditions? Is that stuff being done? We're just curious.
Yeah, good morning. I can address the water truck or water tender situation here in LA County. I haven't explained before that on Wednesday, CAL FIRE, after coordination with LA County Fire Department, did request 70 water tenders to come into the area for our multiple fires. They have arrived. We have lots of incident water tenders available to us. All of the reports that I've received is that the LA County water system is ready and it will be prepared to assist us in fighting a wildland fire. Your concerns with the FOSCHEC drops, CAL FIRE and our federal partners who drop fire retardant only use products that are qualified and on a list. So we're not dropping any products here in LA County that aren't approved. I believe that the use of retardant is safe and it's effective. I know that there's been some social media postings that it is not. I consider that the sinister side of social media, where they're trying to divide us, and we've seen that already. But everything we're doing is approved, it's appropriate, it's efficient, and it's effective. But we are prepared for the upcoming wind event.
Chief Crowley? Chief Crowley, any comment from you?
Yes, so also just to add off of that, I wanted to make sure that everybody understands, as these additional resources are flooding into our region, the helpful part of that is it's freeing up our other local resources. So as we continue to move forward and pre-deploy fire, air, ground, the more resources that are flooding in to help us with our current fires, the better we are prepared to pre-deploy, knowing that this wind event is coming. I just wanted to add that on top of what Chief Maroney said.
Thank you, Chief. And we're at the end of our press conference. I'm happy to help support one-on-one interviews. So please come forward if you still have questions. We will connect you with the appropriate spokesperson. Thank you.
Absolutely nothing to say. This whole thing was just shameful. All of this right here. No answers. No accountability. No nothing. Look at that. No nothing. They have no accountability. Like, what are we doing here, ladies and gentlemen? What is going on? Now, I am going to take you to a video that actually shows Gavin Newsom closing down dams. Okay. He was closing down dams before the fire. Okay. We're going to go there now. We're going to check it out. And then you're going to see, confirm, because a lot of people say, well, it's fake news. It is fake news. He didn't close down any dams. No. All right. It's coming close. All right. Just relax. We're coming. Let me get you that video right here. Give me a moment. Let me get you that video. All right. Before I get you that video, let me go ahead and, while I'm looking for it, show you this knucklehead Newscom. I want to show you this knucklehead Newscom. All right. While I'm looking for that video for you guys, let me show you this knucklehead right here. Check this out. This man takes zero accountability. Zero. How is he the governor? How? All right, here we go. Democrats are going to say it's fake, it's AI. But listen to this man right here. Can never make this up.
Governor of California, want to know the answer. I've got that question. I can't tell you about how many people, what happened. My own team saying what happened, and I want to get the answers. And I'll be candid with you, I wasn't getting straight answers.
Yeah.
I watched the press conference. I met with some of those leaders. We had my team start talking to local leaders, saying what's going on. Our state.
And you weren't getting straight answers from
I was
local
getting
leaders.
different answers. When you start getting different answers, then I'm not getting the actual story. And they're assessing it. And I get that as well. You have to a little bit of grace, back to the point. We're in this emergency environment and everything else. So I just want to determine the facts. But no one has any patience anymore. In this weaponized, back to the grievance of Trump, everyone else, there's immediacy. And lies travel the proverbial world, and it's hard to get the facts out there unless you have backing of those facts and you can communicate them soberly. And so that's what we're trying to achieve as relates to this. But I have 10 other things we're doing concurrently as well. I mean, across the board on recovery, disaster assistance, getting the major disaster declaration. It may be the first one in U.S. history over a text with the White House within literally 36 hours. To get 100% reimbursement for folks out here. We've been working concurrently in all of these areas. We're doing executive orders as I speak as it relates to recovery and land use, dealing with speculation and fraud, and trying to address issues on the Coastal Commission here and address the issue of planning permits and how we address all of the myriad of needs for small businesses, all of this in real time. Again, as the state, even though this is not a state responsibility area, to support the city and the county that are overwhelmed at this moment.
Zero accountability, ladies and gentlemen. This man has zero accountability. Here is the reservoir that was supposed to help quench the fire, okay? These right here was the reservoir that were supposed to be used to quench the fire in the Palisades, okay? Here you go. Here you have it. Check this out. Empty. It was empty, ladies and gentlemen. Literally empty. Look at that. This is what it used to be. This is what it used to be, ladies and gentlemen. You can never make this up. A lot of people are going to say, well, Genesis, you just pander to this news. It's fake news, Genesis. Look at it by yourself. Look at it by yourself, yo. This is what it's supposed to look like. And look at what it is now. Zero water. No water in the reservoir. Why are we paying so much money in taxes? This is what Californians are supposed to ask themselves. Why in the world are we paying so much money in taxes? Well, let me tell you why. Scam. It's called scam. Oh, yeah. You know I'm going to go there. You know Genesis is going to go there. You add water in the reservoir, and 2 seconds later, you ain't got no water no more. Yeah. So what is this called if this ain't scam? If this wasn't, when people are saying this is intentional, people are going around saying this fire right here may have been probably, maybe intentional. You're going to say, well, it's fake news. This is Mother Nature. This is Mother Nature, Genesis. Come on, man. This is climate change. It's hot. Global warming, ladies and gentlemen. Here goes the reservoir. Here goes the reservoir, ladies and gentlemen. Empty. Was it supposed to be empty? No, you tell me. Was it supposed to be empty? If you said if you're saying that it wasn't supposed to be intentional, this isn't intentional, the media is just trying to paint it as intentional, then why didn't you have water in the reservoir? Huh? Why wasn't there water? Why wasn't there water? Because this may have been, probably have been, maybe premeditated. Maybe premeditated. All right, I found the video I was looking for. Just one more time. This is what a reservoir looks like with water in it. And this is what Los Angeles County reservoir looks like. It's called Santa Ynez Reservoir. I don't know if it's Santa Ynez or Santa Ynez. I don't know. But that's it. That's what it looks like now. Empty. Matter of fact, you could go skating in there because there's no water in there. There probably are homeless people living in there, I'll tell you that much. I mean, I don't know for sure, but and anything is possible right there in Los Angeles, California. All right, here goes the video. Here goes the video, ladies and gentlemen.
Down and
all right, you ready for this? You can never make this up, people. Tell you that much. Ynez, yeah. Somebody said Ynez, Santa Ynez, yeah. Thank you. Who was that? Bruce. Shout out to Bruce Kennedy. All right, look. I'm not making this up, okay? This is real life situation right here. Check this out. You ready for this? Let me know in the chat if you're ready for this, man. Okay. Gavin Newsom basically shut down dams in California. Listen.
these dams are coming down, and it's about damn time.
Governor Kate Brown, Governor Gavin Newsom, U.S. Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland, and tribal leaders all coming together to celebrate the world's largest dam removal along the Klamath River Thursday. The groups meeting at Iron Gate Fish Hatchery in Hornbrook. Last month,
they were celebrating closing down dams when you know your state, your cities are dry. You have dry cities, no water. You're shutting down dams. There you have it. Is this fake news as well? I don't think so.
The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission issued the final approval of the historic plan to remove 4 dams on the Klamath River in
4 dams. Removing 4 dams. Why? Is it to save the smelt? Is it to save the salmons? I mean, let me know. Are the fishes more valuable than human lives, than valuable properties, smelt and salmons? Here you go.
California and Oregon. The decision is a culmination of years of work on the project's licensee, PacifiCorp, Pacific Power's parent company, on the parts of Oregon and California, and several state and local agencies, along with several tribes.
The folks out there that exercised your leadership every single day, that dialectic that we had throughout this process, where you expected and demanded more. You expressed that at times, and sometimes it was uncomfortable. Other times it was absolutely justifiable. I just want to thank you for making this moment possible.
The Klamath Basin watershed covers 9.4 million acres, an area larger than 9 U.S. states. Leaders of the Klamath, Yurok, and Karuk tribes attended Thursday.
It says leaders of the climate. Is that what I just heard? Leaders of the climate?
Million acres, an area larger than 9 U.S. states. Leaders of the Klamath, Yurok, and Karuk tribes attended Thursday. The tribes say the project will revitalize nearly 400 miles of the Klamath River and its tributaries, hoping to help restore river health and fish populations.
So the river health and fish populations were the reason why they shut down 4 dams in California. 4 dams, ladies and gentlemen. You can never make this up. Okay? You could never make this up. They were trying to restore the fish population. Okay? Fish population is more important than the people. Shout out to Gavin Newsom. That's all I got for you. The fish population is more important than the people.
Thank you for making this moment possible.
The Klamath Basin watershed covers 9.4 million acres, an area larger than 9 U.S. states. Leaders of the Klamath, Yurok, and Karuk tribes attended Thursday. The tribes say the project will revitalize nearly 400 miles of the Klamath River and its tributaries, hoping to help restore river health and fish populations.
All right. Now I got you. You know what I do now? I get you the exclusive. Okay. Tune in, ladies and gentlemen. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it. All right. Here you go. Gavin Newsom. All right. Governor Gavin Newsom slams Trump's disinformation about California wildfire. Here you go. Bunch of lies. Yeah, we're going to talk about it.
On the logistics side, I was just with Governor Gavin Newsom. Governor Gavin Newsom, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good to be with you.
Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you.
6 different wildfires raging right now. Do you have the resources to combat all these fires
No, you don't.
at this hour?
Yeah, we got 14,000 people working.
No,
the
you
line
don't.
right now.
Governor Gavin Newsom, welcome back to Meet the Press.
No, you don't have
Good
it.
with you.
Thank you so much for
You
doing
don't.
this.
Thank you.
6 different wildfires raging right now. Do you have the resources to combat all these fires at this hour?
Yeah, we got 14,000 people working the line right now. We doubled the National Guard. We have 1,680 out there helping on the logistics side. I was just with folks from Mexico, 73 folks will be relieving some of our hand crews. We've got 9 states that are now providing under this EMAC system support. So we've got the resources, but we have more important, we have the winds that have changed, and that allows us to be more resourceful with existing resources, particularly the aerial resources.
What's the mission of the National Guard here in Southern California?
Combination of factors. We have the rattlesnake teams that are doing the line and working with the hand crews. We have other logistics packages happening. And we saw our first MAFs, which are these folks that are doing retardant, which are military planes, and the guards leading that operation. So it's a combination of all those factors. And of course, fundamentally, 600 plus, just focusing on looting and making sure there's law and order on the streets.
Well, there goes, I may as well acknowledge it. There goes another one of your choppers. How many aircraft do you have deployed right now?
There are as many as the traffic control can handle. Aircraft resources are not an issue. We've got fixed wing up today. And then you saw last night, particularly over the last couple of days, just battling the nighttime blazes. By the way, technology that didn't exist a few years ago. The state did not have the resource of these Firehawks that allowed night vision, 6 hours, night goggles. These guys laid down the lines in the Palisade, almost 500 million gallons to try to hold the line there on the ridge so it didn't come down into the canyon, the Bel Air area, and parts of Brentwood. So it's just remarkable, the heroism of these folks. It's remarkable, the mutual aid system. I mean, you meet folks from Oregon that are working with folks from Kern County that are working folks overseas that I've never met. And it's hand in glove. It's really inspiring.
In your opinion, is this or will it be the worst natural disaster in the history of the United States?
I think it will be in terms of just the costs associated with it. In terms of the scale and scope, I'll only remind the folks in California, we had the Tubbs fire, 5,600 houses were lost, and of course Camp Fire, we had 18,000 housing units lost and 85 people that lost their lives. Currently, we're getting confirmation from the coroner, so we always have to be careful on the death toll, but it's in the 13 range, and I've got search and rescue teams out, we've got cadaver dogs out, and there's likely to be a lot more.
What is your biggest concern over the course of the next 48 hours?
I think is making sure the life safety focus, the property focus is there, at the same time we're addressing the perimeter issues. The challenge is the winds. We've got these winds coming back this evening, Sunday night. We've got peak winds on Monday. We're going to see 50+ mile-an-hour gusts, subject to change. So now we're pre-positioning assets, and we're pre-positioning them not just here in the theater,
those existing 5+ fires, but now broadening that to a number of other counties and moving farther south with some of those resources in anticipation we could see some flare-ups in new places, new starts.
You're here with us on Meet the Press to announce a new executive order. What is this executive order? What are you hoping to accomplish?
Look, we've got to be thinking 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years ahead. At the same time, we're focusing on the immediacy, which is life safety and property. And so that's exactly what we're doing with disaster assistance, making sure people are getting their applications, addressing the issue of fraud. And that's an issue we've got to address, price gouging. So executive orders on price gouging, recovery. We want to get inspections.
I gotta admit, man, this man is a good talker. Oh yeah, he's a great talker. When it comes to talking, he knows his game properly. He does his research. He knows the game when it comes to talking. And some people like talking, some people are like very good at talking when it comes to like, you know, calming people down and making sure you don't catch their BS. It's like leaders really shouldn't be talking too much. Okay. Go do the work. Okay. Go to the fields and do the work. Forget about talking, getting the right lighting, doing your makeup and making sure you're good for the camera. Nobody cares, bro. Just like Mel Gibson said, spend less money on your hair gel. Okay. Spend less money on hair gel. This is your responsibility. This is your cities. And this right here is your state. And you happen to be the governor. Okay. Nobody cares about this conversation. You just talk. Bunch of talks. Okay. This and that. It's like, what are you supposed to do? You should have prevented this from going full blown chaos. You should have had water in the reservoirs. You should have had water in your fire hydrant. You didn't do all of these things, but now you want to like save face by, being a good talker. Nah, that ain't gonna work.
Units like this, we want to get our inspection teams out here. They're already starting to get out here. We've come up with some timelines so we can get within the next few weeks all that done so people can get their insurance claims. We can then start the big contracts to remove the debris, to address all the hazmat issues. Same time as I got to button up the canyons here as it relates to potential flooding of a lot of atmospheric rivers. Remember, we're in the middle of winter. This is January. In fact, the day of this fire, not a stone's throw away, as the crow flies, there was snow right up the mountain here, the same day as this devastating fire here in Altadena. And so all those things have to happen concurrently. But here's the big thing. I'm worried about.
Oh man, this man right here. The stone, like this fire, he was supposed to go from here, and then it was the weather, the wind. It was been shameful.
Issues of rebuilding as it relates to scarcity, as it relates to property taxes, meaning scarcity of resources, materials, personnel. I'm worried about time to getting these projects done. And so we want to fast track by eliminating any CEQA requirements. I've got Coastal Act changes that we're making. I want to make sure when someone rebuilds that they have their old property tax assessments and that they're not increased. So all of that's been done in the executive order we just announced.
CEQA, Governor, and the Coastal Act are both environmental regulations. And if you're going to be suspending those temporarily, are you concerned about problems that may result from the suspension of those environmental regulations and a potential abuse by developers?
Yeah, we're not going to, and within this executive order, we frame those abuses. We basically bookmark that in the context of maintaining the existing footprints. The Coastal Act, they allow just a 10% variant, so we're going to be very mindful of that. California leads the nation in environmental stewardship. I'm not going to give that up, but one thing I won't give into is delay. Delay is denial for people. Lives, traditions, places, torn apart, torn asunder, families, schools, community centers, churches, you've seen it. The number of schools that have been lost in this community, and we've got to let people know we have their back. We're going to be back. We're going to do it efficiently and effectively. Don't turn your back. Don't walk away because we want you to come back, rebuild, and rebuild with higher quality building standards, more modern standards. And we want to make sure that the associated costs with that are.
This guy just say, "Don't turn your back." Look at him. Look at the pause right here. Right? Look, you can never make this up, yo. He did say, "Don't turn your back. Don't turn your back." Okay, we want you to come back and rebuke. No, they go, bro. They're moving out. They're moving to Alabama, Texas, Georgia. Here, everybody's moving out. Okay, because you have destroyed the beautiful state of California. Okay, just like the OG kind of like predicted you were going to do. He predicted you were going to destroy it, and you are currently fulfilling the prophecy. You can never make this up. You could never make this up, ladies and gentlemen.
Not disproportionate, especially in a middle-class community like this.
You've also called for an independent investigation into the issues around water supply that we've seen. What are the questions that you're hoping to answer?
The same ones you're asking, same ones that people when I'm in the streets are asking, yelling about. What the hell happened? What happened to the water system? Was it, and by the way, was it just overwhelmed that you had so much that was used, we drew it down? Was it pipes? Was it electricity? It was a combination of pipes, electricities, and pumps. What was that drawdown impossible because you lost 7,000+ structures right here anyway, and every single structure we lost had a pipe that was leaking?
What did I just hear right now? Is Gavin Newsom literally asking, is he asking a question now? What the hell happened to the water? Is that what he's asking right now?
Investigation into the issues around water supply that we've seen. What are the questions that you're hoping to answer?
The same ones you're asking, same ones that people when I'm in the streets are asking, yelling about. What the hell happened? What happened to the water system? Was it, and by the way, was it just overwhelmed that you had so much that was used, we drew it down? Was it pipes? Was it electricity? It was a combination of pipes, electricities, and pumps. What was that drawdown impossible because you lost 7,000+ structures right here anyway, and every single structure we lost had a pipe that was leaking, and we would have lost that water pressure anyway. Did it contribute in any way to our inability to fight the fire, or were 99-mile-an-hour winds determinative, and there was really no firefight that could have been more meaningful? So all of us want to know those answers, and I just don't want to wait because people are asking me. I want to know those facts. I want them objectively determined, and that the chips fall where they may. This is not about finger pointing.
You say what to people who...
Oh my God. This is probably the greatest, wildest, complete bull crap I have ever heard. This man is asking the questions. Oh my goodness. He's asking questions from who? Who are you asking questions from? You are the governor of California. This man is asking questions. He's what? Gavin Newsom is asking questions. Oh my goodness. The governor, who is supposed to be the head of a state, the leader in the state, he is asking questions. Oh man, California. Look, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, man. How did you get here? Mm, 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 mm. How did you get here, California? Yeah, this right here is sad. This man needs to resign. You are asking questions? 16 people have been confirmed dead by the Los Angeles Police Department. Like tens of acres, tens of thousands of acres gone. Houses gone. Thousands of families don't have houses anymore, no homes. And you're asking questions, uh, the same questions that people are asking. What happened to the water? You are the governor, sir. Gavin, you're the governor, okay? If people are asking questions, you don't have the right to ask questions, okay? You need to be answering the questions. Golly.
who insist that these independent investigations or calls for them, are you passing the blame onto other people?
How could it be when we're doing an independent investigation and we just want the adjudication of the facts? As I say, it's not about finger pointing. It's about answering the questions you and everybody wants answered. And I think there's a propensity to wait to answer those questions. And people want immediacy. They want response and responsiveness. And so that's the idea.
Ultimately here, does the buck stop with you?
I mean, you're governor of California. You might as well be the mayor of California. We're all in this together. We're all better off. We're all better off. We're all better off. And we're working together to take care of people and to make sure people are supported. We're empathetic. And we're here not just in the immediacy of the crisis, but we're here after the crisis, as opposed to creating a crisis in the middle of this by trying to divide people and play political. Take cheap political shots.
Do you have faith in Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass?
I have absolute faith in our community. I have faith in our leaders. I have the faith of our capacity to work together.
President-elect Trump has blamed you for this crisis. He called you incompetent. What's your response?
Well, I called for him to come out, take a look for himself. We want to do it in the spirit of an open hand, not a closed fist. He's the president-elect. I respect the office. We have a president of the United States that within 36 hours provided a major disaster declaration over a text. We had support from the president of the United States, Joe Biden, with 100% reimbursement. All the resources you could hope for or imagine, constant communication. I'd like to extend that to the president-elect. I don't know what he's referring to when he talks about the Delta smelt in reservoirs. The reservoirs are completely full, the state reservoirs here in Southern California. That mis and disinformation, I don't think advantages or aids any of us. Responding to Donald Trump's insults, we would spend another month. I'm very familiar with them. Every elected official that he disagrees with, very familiar with them.
We do know, though, from reporting here locally that that one reservoir that serves the Palisades was not full.
And that's exactly what triggered my desire to get the investigation, to understand what was happening with that local reservoir. That was not a state system reservoir, which the president-elect was referring to as it relates to the Delta and somehow connecting the Delta smelt to this fire, which is inexcusable because it's inaccurate, also incomprehensible to anyone that understands water policy in the state.
My understanding is that you have put a call into President-elect Trump. Has he called you back?
No, that was months ago. That was after his victory. So I look forward to him again coming out here in the spirit of cooperation.
Forgive me for interrupting you, but you did invite him to come out here. Have you had any response?
No.
Nothing. Multiple times, Mr. Trump has threatened to withhold aid for California wildfires, both as president and now again as president-elect. Are you worried that he might actually do that?
Well, I mean, he's done it in Utah, he's done it in Michigan, did it in Puerto Rico. He did it to California back before I was even governor in 2018, until he found out folks in Orange County voted for him, and then he decided to give the money. So he's been at this for years and years and years. It transcends states, including, by the way, Georgia. He threatened similarly. So that's his style. And you know, we take it seriously to the extent that in the past, it's taken a little bit more time. I've been pretty expressive about that in the context of someone threatening our first responders in terms of supporting the immediacy of their needs.
That's what you take it as, that President-elect Trump is threatening the first responders here.
Well, I mean, it's what he said. He said, I'm not going to support the firefighting efforts. I'm not going to support the state of California as it relates to its emergency management. He made this pretty clear during the election, unless they do my bidding. And again, these are familiar terms, and they're familiar to a lot of other states, not just my state, and they're familiar to not just me as governor.
Gavin. Oh, Gavin. You can never make this up, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to Gavin Newsom right here, okay? He's letting you know Trump lying, okay? This is a lie, basically. Trump is ready to help California and the first responders. These are firemen putting their lives at risk, okay? The doctors, the firemen, these people are putting their lives at risk to save people. And this man right here is saying that Trump doesn't want to help the first responders. What is he talking about? This is a lie. He's telling you, Gavin, to sign the water restoration bill and stop putting fishes like smelt and salmon above the valuable people that you lead in your states. That's all he's talking about. He wants California to have water. The reservoirs are dry. You're closing down dams. You had no water in the fire hydrant when they asked you. What did you say? You say, go, the locals would have to figure it out. Even here, we're watching you talk about you want to investigate the water. Why is there no water? You are the governor. You're trying to investigate yourself. This is good because now, if this guy, because previously, this guy wanted to run for 2028 presidential election for the Democrat Party. This right here is going to be a disaster. So if it's J.D. Vance and Newsom, it's on.
Governor, but the previous governor of California, Governor Brown, that was battling with these same things. So you just work through these things, and I'm just blessed. I mean this. I'm blessed. I have 40 million Americans that happen to live in California that Joe Biden's president of the United States and did what he did immediately. And to the extent that we can work with the same relationship and that same spirit with Donald Trump, I hope we can.
President Biden, last time I saw you in the Palisades on Wednesday, right after this fire started, you were on the phone at the side of the road trying to reach President Biden. Subsequent to that, he pledged 100% of the disaster recovery relief for the next 6 months. Is that enough?
Well, it's significant. I mean, in fact, when I was on the phone, you saw me on the phone, I was trying to get the satellite to phone work. I asked for 90%. And he said, no, I'm going to do 100%. It was a big deal. 180 days is a big deal. But he also had just provided the major disaster declaration, and we did the press conference the next day. And that is profoundly significant because that's individual assistance, disasterassistance.gov. People should go to disasterassistance.gov and start filling out applications, get that immediate relief, and then get longer and medium-term relief. But no, he stepped up in a way that an American president should step up, and I couldn't be more proud of him. That's not a political statement. That's not because I'm a Democrat saying that. That's because I'm a human being trying to help other human beings in the most extreme elements in the most difficult time of their life.
As you know, Governor, there are many California residents who have struggled to obtain fire insurance. What happens to these Californians who cannot afford to rebuild?
Well, we had a major issue after the Camp Fire. In fact, I was governor-elect during the Camp Fire, and it precipitated in the largest bankruptcy, or rather a bankruptcy of the largest utility in the United States of America, PG&E. Process of getting them back on their feet and beginning to underground and deal with vegetation and forest management differently in California, which, by the way, we've 10x'd the forest management investments in the state since I've become governor. We created a wildfire fund. That is around the utility issues. On the insurance side, we did an executive order a year ago to do climate modeling and to address some of the wildland-urban interface in terms of requiring insurance to be placed before we can increase rates. We have created a FAIR plan, or at least expanded a FAIR plan, and it has reinsurance. We're assessing, as we do the damage assessment, the total value of the claims, and we will determine what to do after we understand the magnitude of those claims.
Some of these Californians in homes that burnt like this were thrown off of their policies, their fire policies, before this fire season. What do you say to those Californians?
No, it breaks your heart. I mean, this is an issue, and by the way, persists in California because of the acuity of the new realities. Hot's getting hotter, dry's getting drier, wet's getting wetter, these atmospheric rivers, all the flooding that we've experienced in California, but also across the rest of the United States. You're seeing insurance rates through the roof, et cetera. But here's the point. We've been proactive in trying to stabilize that market. That was the executive order a year and a half ago. Insurance commissioner has been moving in that direction. I'll give you a proof point of some of the success of that. Just a week ago, a major insurer announced they were reinsuring in Paradise, California, where the Camp Fire was, because people repopulated. Farmers said they were coming back. So we are very mindful of that, and that's why the FAIR plan is that backup plan. But I'm also mindful of this, as someone on the FAIR plan, intimately aware of how it works. It's not the kind of insurance that you get on the private sector, meaning you're not getting as much in terms of that protection.
It also raises questions about whether or not taxpayer dollars should be used to put people back in these highly vulnerable areas like the one we're standing in right now. Should they?
Well, to the extent look, the issue here, and particularly in Altadena, some of these homes were built in the 20s and 30s and 40s when you didn't have the building codes that we have today. You can see, and you saw this, the camp was a masterclass at that, in the context of seeing why did these buildings survive, these buildings didn't. It's not in every case, I'm not naive about that, but the buildings that tended to survive were ones that were built after 2008 with a higher threshold of building codes. And so as we rebuild, we will have these higher levels of codes and standards that should help protect some of these communities. But I don't want to say to folks that have been here for generations, 3 generations, living in this beautiful middle-class neighborhood, that now you've got to go. So we've got to do everything we can to protect them. We got to make sure, and it was the case up in Camp where people are repopulating in Paradise, California, that we have a different system of ingress and egress, redundancy as it relates to emergency preparedness, as it relates to infrastructure. Make sure we underground these wires going forward, make sure the community is more resilient in every way, shape, or form.
Over the course of the next several years, Los Angeles will be host to the World Cup, and then the Super Bowl, and then the Olympics. With this rebuilding effort needing to take place, is LA going to be ready for all of those global events?
My humble position, and it's not just being naively optimistic, that only reinforces the imperative moving quickly, doing in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation. President of the United States, Donald Trump, to his credit, was helpful in getting the Olympics to the United States of America, to get it down here in LA. We thank him for that. This is an opportunity for him to shine, for this country to shine, for California and this community to shine. The opportunity with all of that and all that opportunity and that pride and spirit that comes from not just hosting those 3 iconic games and venues, but also the opportunity, I think, to rebuild at the same time. And that's why we're already organizing a Marshall Plan. We already have a team looking and reimagining LA 2.0, and we're making sure everyone's included, not just the folks on the coast, people here that were ravaged by this disaster.
You just said you're organizing a Marshall Plan for the rebuilding of California. What is that Marshall Plan?
For
Tell
this
us about
region,
this Marshall
we're just starting to lay out. I mean, we're still fighting these fires, so we're already talking to city leaders, we're already talking to civic leaders, we're already talking to business leaders and nonprofits, we're talking to labor leaders. We're starting to organize how we can put together a collection of individuals on philanthropy for recovery, how we can organize the region, how we can make sure that we are seeking federal assistance for the Olympics more broadly, but also federal assistance for the recovery efforts, and how we can galvanize the community with folks that love this community to really develop a mindset so that at scale we're dealing with the scope of this tragedy and responding to it at scale with efficiency like the executive order I talked about, time value of delivering projects, addressing building codes, addressing permitting issues, and moving forward to rebuilding and being more resilient.
Governor Gavin Newsom, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for joining us and destroying your state. Very good job, Gavin Newsom. So Olympics is in 42 months in July 14th, 2028. Of course, the legend, the OG, the 45th, now the 47th president-elect will be president then. And he helped bring the Olympics. He helped bring the Olympics to California, well, Los Angeles, California, even to the United States. And then, of course, Gavin Newsom was going to say, well, this is a time for the former president and the future president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, to shine. So he's trying to lobby the president to help him to build California. He is going to build California back. That's for sure. He is going to build California back. However, it's like you have to sign the water restoration bill. You're not going to do the same BS every single year asking the government for money because you know the federal government has some sort of obligation and I would say responsibility to bail you out because it's termed natural disaster, wildfire. That's what it is termed, a wildfire, and it's what? Natural disaster. So it's like you have to get help according to you. You have to get help. But if you're going to get help, you need to figure out how to prevent these wildfires from happening every doggone year. It's not going to happen every single time and you're going to get money every year. It's a lot to do. There is a lot to do for the everyday American working hard to pay their bills, to feed their family, to send their kids to college. There is a lot to be done. We're not going to be spending billions of dollars on California, where the richest people live, in Beverly Hills, in the Palisades. Now, well, the Palisades is gone to the ground. You burnt it to the ground, courtesy of no water in your fire hydrant, no water in your goddamn reservoir. Okay. So, moving forward, for you to get a relief, well, Biden already signed 180 days relief for the essential workers like the firemen and the people doing, real work on the ground, making sure everybody has, some sort of whatever they could get out of the properties they have left. You know what I mean? Those guys need to be helped. However, for you, Gavin Newsom, to get some sort of rebuilding plan or whatever, you have to make sure that you build back the dams, you put back water in the reservoir, and figure out how to make sure deforestation around California is well and properly kept. Moving forward, that's all you could do. If you want this money from the federal government, this should be Trump's term. We don't want to save no smelt or no salmons anymore. Well, good thing I don't live in California, okay? I am in Georgia, the South, all right? We just went through this hurricane Helen. I was affected by Hurricane Helen. We didn't have power for 9 days and no internet for 22 days. However, we survived, okay? We survived, okay? Brian Kemp did what he had to do. The mayor of my city did what he had to do. And yeah, we did what we had to do. But for this right here, it's just too wild. But anyway, you guys, let's keep going.
Right now, firefighters are preparing for the return of gusty winds in their battle against the deadly Los Angeles wildfires after making progress in containing them on Saturday.
A lot of families in L.A. are affected by the fires. Tell CNN about what they faced leaving those flames.
Shout out to Evo Blue. Evo Blue says, I think out of all the politicians, he wanted to say Gavin Newsom, but he didn't say that. But I'm going to help him say it. It says, I think out of all the politicians, Gavin Newsom probably comes off the slimiest. Yeah, he is the slimiest, for sure.
A heartbreaking return home to find their homes are just gone.
I took my son, we ran to the car, and he was scared. He was crying. I was scared. It's okay, sweetie. Trying to, be calm and try to get out of the Palisades as fast as we could.
I dropped to my knees and I just started praying. Please, God, please just save my house.
I'm ready to jump into the ocean. All the firemen, they got the hell out of here. They evacuated quickly. I should have followed suit.
We started piling up the Taurus in the back of my car. I checked with my husband. I couldn't see him. There was so much smoke. I checked with him. Do you have all of them? And he said, I think so. And we just left.
And he was walking around with his lantern in the house. Chase and I were talking to him. We were on FaceTime. And he said he'll be fine. I'll be here when you guys come back. He was in his bed when I found him.
It was so fast. A friend was able to go to the neighborhood once it had completely burned down and send us a video. And that's when we found out for sure.
The idea of trying to figure out where we're going to be for the next month, where we're going to have this baby. We had so many friends and a massive support group there that I was really, really planning to lean on. And losing them, it's like, it's almost harder than losing our home.
I probably only have a dozen or so homes in my census tract. It's like half the town is gone. It's just too overwhelming. We're just living with the clothes on our back and lucky to have friends that are bringing us in.
I think everybody just needs to understand that they've done their best. And, as long as they're with their family and they have their lives, life is long. And I think we have that to look forward to.
The trauma from these fires will affect hundreds of thousands of people in Los Angeles and likely beyond. When the fires are contained, they could be among the most costly and significant urban fires in American history. So how are the people there in Los Angeles and elsewhere supposed to cope with the trauma they faced? Joining me now is licensed clinical social worker and executive director of Resources for Resilience, Ann Dupree Rogers. Ann Dupree, thank you for being with me. First, let me start here with, for the people who are aware that this trauma could have a physical, emotional, mental effect, what behaviors, what symptoms should they look for, be on the lookout for in themselves to know that they have to address the trauma?
So, folks have been through an overwhelmingly stressful event, and it is really normal to be feeling a whole range of emotions, and it's really normal to be having a whole range of behaviors. Our nervous systems get thrown completely out of balance when these kinds of events happen. Our brains put us, for our own safety in the moment, put us into either fight or flight or freeze. And those states are helpful kind of in the midst of the disaster. But what we don't want is to stay in those states, fight, flight, or freeze, for long periods of time. Over time, that can be where the trauma can get stuck and we can have problems. So I want people to understand if they're feeling really anxious, irritable, angry, numb, disconnected, shut down, those are actually really normal reactions to a really not normal event. If over time, if several weeks from now, people are still feeling like they have so much energy, it's stuck in their nervous system, they can't sleep, they can't settle, they can't calm down, they're kind of in this heightened state all the time, after several weeks, that would be where it's time to really think, okay, I might need to get some more help. Or a shut down state that gets stuck where I'm not really able to function, go out and about, take care of things.
Yeah.
Right now, it makes sense to not be able to take care of things, right? We're not really in a place for decision making, planning, organizing, knowing how to fill out paperwork, things like that is hard right now. It will get easier.
Yeah. And what should people do? For the people who are displaced, some of those are mental health professionals who would otherwise be able to help people who are calling for some assistance. You told my producer about something called Rapid Reset. What is that?
Yes. So we teach, and anyone can do these, quick little, what we call nervous system reset tools, things that we can do in the moment for about 20, 30 seconds that right now can help settle my stress response or sort of help my nervous system settle out of that fight, flight, freeze place, at least for the next little while. And they're simple things. I can show you a couple. One of them is to, this is a really simple one, and I can demonstrate on the video. You cross your arms kind of like this and place your hands at whatever height feels good and just tap side to side, either slowly or fast, whatever feels right. And just notice what happens in your body and in your thoughts, but in your body when you tap. And often, I don't know if you can see, it helps me sort of take a bigger breath. My voice might have dropped a little bit. I had some kind of anxiety in my chest. It sort of begins to settle. It's super simple, but it helps kind of stimulate parts of our brain to get the message. All right, I'm okay right now. I'm okay right now. Another one we can do, these are just super simple, quick things, but they help communicate to the part of our.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, like you see, somebody said in the chat, she needs Jesus. Somebody said she needs Jesus, ladies and gentlemen. She needs Jesus, ladies and gentlemen, according to everybody up here. But look, it's serious, man. I'm serious. Just like the president says, Joe Biden. Like, I'm serious. This right here, it's not a joke, ladies and gentlemen. People are traumatized from the LA fire. Okay.
Our brain that needs to get the message.
Yeah.
You're safe enough right now. You weren't safe. You're safe enough now. So like taking a sip of water, noticing how it feels.
And these are things that in the moment, as I said, you may not be able to reach someone.
Oh, she's in Asheville, North Carolina. Okay.
I sat down for an exclusive interview with Vice President-elect J.D. Vance yesterday, his first since leaving the Senate officially.
JD.
And we started by talking about the new administration's plans for handling disasters like the ones in California and recovery in the Carolinas. Well, welcome back to Fox News Sunday. Now, as Vice President-elect, congratulations.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about the fire situation in California because your administration will be coming in, taking over the reins as the feds are trying to meet that along with many other emergency situations they have going on. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, has written to President Trump saying, let's not be divisive right now. Come out and visit. Let people see us working together. Any indication the president-elect may do that?
Well, I know the president would love to visit California. And first of all, our hearts go out to everybody who's been affected by the storms. I've seen some of these videos of people where, folks have lived in those homes for 25, 30, 35 years and everything is gone. And whatever your political affiliation, it's hard not to see those images and just be heartbroken for our fellow Americans who are going through a very tough time. And I do think, frankly, the federal government has to do a better job. President Trump is committed to doing a better job when it comes to disaster relief. That's true for the hurricane victims and flood victims in North Carolina. It's true for the fire victims in California. We have to do a better job. We need competent, good governance. Now, that doesn't mean you can't criticize the governor of California for, I think, some very bad decisions over a very long period of time. I mean, some of these reservoirs have been dry for 15, 20 years. The fire hydrants are being reported as going dry while the firefighters are trying to put out these fires. There is a serious lack of competent governance in California, and I think it's part of the reason why these fires have gotten so bad. We need to do a better job at both the state and federal level.
So there are skeptics who worry about what the administration will do when it comes to handing out aid to California. They're citing back to something that the president-elect said in September when he said we won't give him money to put out all his fires. And if we don't give him the money to put out his fires, he's got problems. Is there any consideration of withholding aid to Californians?
No, look, President Trump cares about all Americans, right? He is the president for all Americans. And I think that he intends to have FEMA and other federal responses much, much better and much more clued into what's going on there on the ground. President Biden has been asleep at the wheel for a number of different crises. And I think this final California fire, as it's really getting out of control in Biden's last week and a half, I do think it drives home just, again, we've had incompetent governance for so long. President Trump often says that the coalition that made him the president was just a common sense coalition. There were conservatives, there were moderates, there were even a few liberals. But the thing that united us is just this basic idea that, yes, government should be smaller, but when government does the things that it should do, it ought to do them well. And that's one of the things that President Trump and I are going to fight to get back to.
So President Biden is doing what he can on his way out the door on a number of issues, and critics would say some of those appear to be aimed at blunting what you all might have planned. Let's talk first about immigration. Politico has this headline: Biden extends temporary status of nearly 1 million migrants ahead of Trump deportations. It says the move allows people from certain countries who currently have temporary protected status, or TPS, to renew work permits and deportation protections, extending the program for El Salvador until March 2026 and Sudan, Ukraine, and Venezuela until October of 26. How does President Trump plan to handle these last-minute things, and what are his own executive actions planned, especially with regard to the border on day one?
Yeah, so Shannon, if you step back a little bit, I do think it's important to reiterate that not just on the border, but on a whole host of issues, President Biden has left us an absolute dumpster fire. Now, we're excited to get to work, but we need to be open and honest about the fact that President Biden has not left the next administration in a good place, right? FEMA's funds are depleted. We have a wide open southern border. Oil is going through the roof. Bond yields went from 4.1% to 4.8% in a month. And that's on top of the fact that President Biden has been running the largest peacetime deficits in the history of this country. So we've got a lot of debt, a lot of problems, and a wide open southern border. And thank God that Donald Trump takes office in a week and a half, because we need somebody to actually govern this country effectively. Now, on the border crisis in particular, the most important thing that we have to do is to send a message that America is closed to illegal immigration. For the past 4 years, we have been wide open, and you're going to see, I think, dozens of executive orders coming from the Trump administration, coming from us on day one, that send a message to Customs and Border Patrol: you guys are allowed to do your job again, and to illegal immigrants all over the world: you are not welcome into this country illegally. If you want to come through, you've got to come through proper channels.
What about the critics who are humanitarian activists and others who are worried about these deportations, saying families are going to be separated, people are going to be put in tents and in terrible conditions? They have real concerns about the way you plan to actually mete out those things you're planning to do.
Yeah, so this term is something you're going to hear a lot in the next couple of months, the next couple of years, Shannon: family separation. I think it's important. That's a euphemism. That is a dishonest term to hide behind the fact that Joe Biden has not done border enforcement. If you say, for example, in the United States, we have a guy who's convicted of a violent crime and has to go to prison, we want that guy to go to prison. But yes, it does mean that that guy is going to be separated from his family. That is the consequence of committing violence upon your fellow citizens. If you come into this country illegally, you need to go back home. You need to have basic law enforcement. And what the Democrats are going to do is they're going to hide behind this. They're going to say that this is all about compassion for families. It is not compassion to allow the drug cartels to traffic small children. It is not compassionate to allow the worst people in the world to send minor children, some of them victims of sex trafficking, into our country. That is the real humanitarian crisis at the border. You're not going to exacerbate it through law enforcement. You're going to fix it through law enforcement, and that's what Donald Trump is going to do.
But fair to say those egregious things that you cite that I would think all Americans are against.
Sure.
That's a small fraction of the millions of people who are here, who have built lives. Many of them have been here for decades.
So you do have hundreds of thousands, maybe even 1 million people who, in addition to crossing into the border illegally, have also committed some measure of violent crime. So it's actually a very large number of people, Shannon. And the point is that if you want to fix the overall border crisis, you have to engage in law enforcement. We can't buy into this lie, really, from the extreme left, because I agree with you. Most Americans want common sense border enforcement. We can't buy into this lie that law enforcement at the American southern border is somehow not compassionate to families who want to cross illegally. Our number one responsibility is compassion to our fellow Americans, and that starts with enforcing the southern border. You cannot have a country of law and order, of stability, of basic good governance unless you get control of what Biden has left us at the American southern border, and President Trump is committed to doing it on day one.
You talk about what he's left on the border. He wants to talk about what he's left you on the economy. There was a robust report out of December on jobs. Unemployment down to 4.1%. President Biden says his policy decisions are finally paying off. Here's a bit of more he said on Friday.
Sure.
After decades of trickle-down economics that primarily benefited those at the very top, Kamala and I and our administration have written a new playbook that's growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, that benefits everyone. The new playbook is working.
Okay, so the December numbers were good. What kind of credit do you give him?
Well, look, first of all, I wish Joe Biden all the best, but the fact is he has left us dumpster fire, not just at the border, but also with the economy. First of all, we know that prices are way too high for many Americans. We have to work every single day to stabilize prices for American families. But Shannon, everything that he's bragging about ignores the fact that he has added trillions and trillions of dollars to the federal debt during a time of peace. He has left us with bond yields, meaning how are we going to finance that debt? We have to sell Treasury bonds. And the Treasury bonds have gotten more expensive because of Joe Biden's policies. So you go issue after issue. Oil prices are now shooting through the roof in the final 2 months of Joe Biden's administration, in part because of decisions that Joe Biden has made over the last few weeks. He actually hasn't left the American people in good economic condition. That's why they made Donald J. Trump the president-elect of the United States. So we've got a lot of work to do. I remain fundamentally, and you know this, Shannon, I'll always be an optimist about our country, but I think that that optimism has to start with a bit of realism. And the real truth is that Joe Biden has left us a dumpster fire. Donald Trump is going to have to put it out, but He's good at doing that.
Okay, we're going to try to get through a lightning round so I can get to a few more things
Please.
with you. January 6th pardons, President Trump says there's a process. Where is the line drawn on who will and wouldn't be considered for a pardon?
I think it's very simple. Look, if you protested peacefully on January the 6th and you've had Merrick Garland's Department of Justice treat you like a gang member, you should be pardoned. If you committed violence on that day, obviously you shouldn't be pardoned. And there's a little bit of a gray area there, but we're very much committed to seeing the equal administration of law. And there are a lot of people, we think, in the wake of January the 6th who were prosecuted unfairly. We need to rectify that.
All right, the president has talked about the Middle East. You're going to inherit a situation in Gaza that's an ongoing conflict. There are, we think, roughly 100 hostages still in Hamas control. Here's what he said on Tuesday. Echoes what he's been saying.
If those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East.
Yeah, that's right. All hell, ladies and gentlemen. This ain't no games. This is real life facts, okay? You're trying to play games with the OG? Yeah, you're going to find out.
And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone.
What does that mean practically? All hell's going to break loose. And any updates,
Exactly
Steve
what it
Witkoff,
means.
back over in the region trying to negotiate a deal?
Yeah, so first of all, Steve Witkoff is a great guy. He's doing a great job over there. And I think the president, if you talk to world leaders, it's very clear that President Trump threatening Hamas and making it clear that there is going to be hell to pay is part of the reason why we've made progress on getting some hostages out. We're hopeful there's going to be a deal that's struck towards the very end of Biden's administration, maybe the last day or two. But regardless of when that deal is struck, it will be because people are terrified that there are going to be consequences for Hamas. Now, what does that look like? I think, number one, it means enabling the Israelis to knock out the final couple of battalions of Hamas and their leadership. It means very aggressive sanctions and financial penalties on those who are supporting terrorist organizations in the Middle East. It means actually doing the job of American leadership, which Donald Trump did very well for 4 years, and he's going to do very well for the next 4 years.
What's the deal with Greenland and the Panama Canal? Are we using or considering use of military force in any of those situations?
No, look, we don't have to use military force, Shannon. The thing that people always ignore is we already have troops in Greenland. Greenland is really important for America strategically. It has a lot of great natural resources. My friend Donald Trump Jr. was there a couple of days ago, and you know what they told him? They want to be empowered to develop. The people of Greenland want to be empowered to develop the resources there. We also need to make sure that Greenland is properly cared for from an American security perspective. And frankly, the current leadership, the Danish government, has not done a good enough job of securing Greenland. I think there actually is a real opportunity here for us to take leadership to protect America's security, to ensure that those incredible natural resources are developed. And that's what Donald Trump is good at. He's good at making deals, and I think there's a deal to be made in Greenland.
Okay, quickly, your Buckeyes made it into the national championship. It's the same day as the inauguration. You sparked a lot of backlash with your tweet that maybe you're going to skip the inauguration to go to the national championship. Is there some kind of executive power to move the game? What's the plan?
Trust me, I've asked. Apparently not. I assure you that was a joke. I will be there doing my constitutional duty and swearing in as the 50th Vice President of the United States. But, man, I really wish they could move the game until Tuesday. And so if you're watching this show and you have the power, I'd really like to watch the Buckeyes. And I don't want to be at the inaugural ball, like staring at my phone because we're watching Ohio State versus Notre Dame. So let's move that game. But if not, I'll be rooting for the Buckeyes in spirit.
This is what JD is great at. He is a very good, skillful communicator, absolutely articulate. He knows what he's talking about. And this is why Donald Trump actually picked him to be the vice president of the United States, and he's doing his job. This is what a vice president does. He goes out there, he articulates the president's thoughts, and then he passes the information in a very reasonable way and understandable way. And this is why a lot of people are saying he would be great to be a successor for Trump in 2028 when the new election cycle comes in. But you heard him. Greenland is about to be ours. Okay, same with the Panama Canal. Play games with us. You're gonna find out.
With high winds set to return and new evacuations now ordered, crews race to contain the Palisades fire as the blaze rages on.
And as hydrants ran dry, one Pacific Palisades family got creative, making their own firefighting equipment out of their pool's generator to fend off some of the flames and they saved their home.
Those residents, Patrick and Evan Galling, join us now. Great to see you. So explain to us how this all came about. How did you all, was it just sort of a last minute immediate thing, or was this something you had thought about before?
Hi there. Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Good morning.
Well,
How you
I
doing?
have to say that we have to give all the credit to our father, who about 3-4 months ago was so adamant about having one of these for fire season.
Wow.
It seems like every summer or every fall during the Santa Ana winds, we always have a high fire risk here, and we know that going into the season. And this season, he had a feeling. He said we have to be a little better prepared. And there's no doubt in my mind that the setup that we had was what saved our house.
I believe that's Patrick talking to us now. So I'll turn to Evan if I've got you guys situated and organized correctly in my mind here. So Evan, can you give me some context though? Like how did the homes around you burn? How close did the fire get to the home that you guys saved with pool water?
Yeah, so actually our backyard caught on fire as well as a bunch of our neighbors, and right across the street, the house completely burnt down.
Wow.
And so I was actually having to rush back from school the same day. And so when I got there, I had FaceTime my brother and they set the generator up. But right across the street, so where the house burned down, our neighbor's house was super close to the fire. So we had to wheel the generator all the way across the street and set it up. And that's actually his backyard. And we basically saved a bunch of houses with this one equipment.
Incredible.
So it was definitely life-saving, yeah.
I'm amazed. Patrick, explain to me, how did your dad know about this idea? I'm still kind of trying to wrap my head around it, this pump.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. He asked me one day he said he wants to get a pump that goes out of his pool. And so we found somebody online, a nice gentleman who came over to the house and gave a demonstration and showed us exactly what he recommends for our particular setup. So we actually have a generator that powers a pool pump, and you have a splitter. So you have one big sprinkler that you set up in place, and you let it run. You kind of angle the direction that you want, and it goes back and forth. And then also a fire hose, an individual hose, so you can manually go around. So I think that was just the best setup for what we had. And, clearly the guy who came over and set it up for us, I mean, he was very spot on with what he gave us.
So how much of your pool water did you end up using?
We ended up using all of our pool. And then the following day when we came back, we actually brought it to the neighbor's house just upwind a little bit, and we drained pretty much their entire pool.
Extraordinary.
So what we ended up doing is we ended up dousing our big palm tree and the shrubbery next to the house and their backyard. And then we would drive around the neighborhood, go check on the neighbors. We'd come back in about an hour, turn the generator off, go in, fill it with gas again, do the same thing, check on the neighborhood, check on family friends' houses. And we did this about 4 times. So in total, our generator and pump ran for about 5 hours and doused everything that we could.
I hope everyone in your neighborhood buys one of these
the very
things.
next day.
Well, I hope they buy one of these things, and I hope they buy you a drink.
Yeah,
It sounds like you say not just your own home.
Well, not Evan. Maybe Evan. How old are you, Evan?
I'm 17.
Okay, no drinks for Evan. Bring him cookies. Listen, you guys
Maybe a soda or something.
Yeah, soda. You guys represent the American can-do spirit.
Absolutely.
And also a sign that LA is not doing its job when people have to get these kinds of contraptions in their homes.
And a model for what people can do when they are prepared. Preparation is possible. Patrick and Evan, thank you guys so much for being with us this morning.
That's what happens when you have incompetent governor, mayor, basically incompetent leadership. Families saving their own home by themselves in a wildfire. Wild. People are saying the Great Reset. It probably is.
Eaton Fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres.
We just were in a rush to get out.
Over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed.
We said we wish we grabbed, which no one thought this would happen.
2,832 firefighting personnel are assigned to the Eaton Fire.
All of our children's artwork. This is it.
Elevated critical fire weather conditions are predicted to begin this evening and continue through Wednesday.
National Guard is there just making sure that people are staying out of the homes because of the danger and safety and the looters.
Our staffing has increased to approximately 500 personnel. We also have roving security to deal with looting and address those issues.
Historic wildfires in the Golden State have killed at least 11 people and 13 others are confirmed missing. A new flare-up in the Palisades fire has now led to mandatory evacuation orders as the fire switches direction, posing a new threat northeast towards Mandeville Canyon. That's threatening the Brentwood area. Fire weather watchers are in effect for Los Angeles and also Ventura counties from now until tomorrow morning as the Santa Ana winds are picking up right now. Crews battling at least 4 active wildfires in the Los Angeles area. 2 have now been contained. Residents are also dealing with criminals and looters.
A curfew order was established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones that will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice. In total, we have made 22 arrests between the Eaton Palisades fire, 19 arrests in the Eaton area, and 3 in the Palisades area. Most of the arrests were made for burglary, looting, including trespassing, possession of narcotics, identity theft, and 1 suspect was on active parole and charged with the possession of a concealed firearm.
We're seeing disturbing images like this showing how brave residents confronted a homeless man with a flamethrower. Witnesses say they saw him setting fires to trees and garbage cans. This comes as authorities arrested another homeless man who say started a fire at a park last night. We've got team coverage on the ground in California tonight. Christina Coleman is in Altadena following the Eaton fire. But first, we go live to Matt Finn near the Palisades fire in the Mandeville Canyon. Hi, Matt.
Hey there, this is another really unfortunate development here. The Palisades fire has made its way here into the Mandeville Canyon. This is a densely populated area, thousands of homes on just this street alone, and there are flames approaching the homes here. We have seen at least 1 or 2 structures already burning today. If there's any good news I can offer you is that this fire line is moving much, much slower than the original fire that broke out earlier this week, and there are a lot of airdrops, water and fire retardant happening right now, and there are a ton of fire crews around here. They've been telling me all day that they feel confident about the fire line here in Mandeville Canyon. This is something that a lot of people in the area feared that would happen, that the fire would eventually burn all the way over from the Palisades into this densely populated canyon. It has now happened. Unfortunately, the winds are expected to pick up, but so far today, fire crews tell us that they feel good about the fire here in the canyon. Another unfortunate aspect of this is that the canyon runs down onto Sunset Boulevard, and so if the fire does make it down this canyon, it exposes much larger portions of western LA to the Palisades fire. You're talking Burbank, Westwood, and then the 405. So unfortunate news here. Right now at this hour, fire crews tell me they're feeling okay about what you're seeing here in the Mandeville Canyon. Back to you guys.
Oh, thank you, Matt. It's Anita Vogel. And I had a quick question. You mentioned that the fire is moving a little bit more slowly, and that's good news. But you also mentioned it's moving ever so closely. It's creeping along towards the 405. And that's such a big concern. What have you heard about that?
Well, I live not far from here, just on the opposite side of the 405. My understanding is right now it hasn't jumped the 405, which is very good news, because then again, that would expose much larger portions of LA to this fire right now. I would say this is perhaps the most concerning part of the front lines, the Mandeville Canyon area, because this is extremely populated, tons of homes around here. This is, a lot of people fear this would happen, and now it has, Anita.
Okay, Matt, thank you so much for that.
Meantime, roughly 1,080 National Guard members have been deployed to help with response efforts. Christina Coleman joined the troops last night. She joins us now on the ground in Altadena, California tonight. Christina has been tracking the Eaton fire. Hi, Christina.
Hi, yes, and we have some tragic news regarding this fire. We got an update from authorities. They have told us that the death toll has increased. 2 more people are now confirmed dead from this fire, which brings the total number of lives lost in this to 8. 8 people have died from the deadly Eaton fire. It adds to the devastation here. I mean, just take a look at this house. It is destroyed. It is one of more than 7,000 homes and businesses that have been ravaged by this wildfire that just continues to burn. It is only 15% contained. Today, Governor Gavin Newsom announced that he has increased California National Guard personnel to support LA responders to nearly 1,700 service members, doubling the CalGuard boots on the ground as they support local law enforcement. Some of them are positioned at major intersections to secure areas that have been destroyed by the fires. They say they know how bad some people want to check on their homes, but they're urging everybody to have patience. They want people to be careful. There's lots of down power lines and, natural gas leaks. So they don't want people around here. Also, they want to keep looters out. The guardsmen were deployed Wednesday, some of them even sleeping nearby at a California Highway Patrol Communications Center so they could be close to areas where they are desperately needed as they collaborate with the LA County Sheriff's Department, California Highway Patrol, and LAPD. So again, this fire, it is not out. It is 15% contained, and unfortunately, those Santa Ana winds, we're expecting more of them tonight and for them to be strong. So these firefighters, they definitely have their work cut out for them. Back to you.
Christina, it's Guy Benson. I know that you spent some time with some of the National Guardsmen who are dealing with all of this, and it's been now days into this crisis. What's the morale of the first responders on the ground?
I got to tell you, yesterday I spoke to quite a few of them, and they are very passionate about their work here. They told me, what, this is not a race. It's a marathon. We do not know what's going to happen next, but we are here for our community. A lot of the soldiers, they live here. They live around this area. As a matter of fact, 2 of them actually lost their homes in these fires, and they still wanted to come out and help, direct traffic and prevent looters from getting into secured areas. So, it really speaks to the resilience of this community and how so much of us are coming together during this very, very tragic time.
It sure does. Christina Coleman, thank you so much for that. And as California residents lose confidence in state and local officials, President Biden is rushing to Governor Gavin Newsom's defense.
I think you're getting a bad rap. I know you're getting a bad rap about these fire hydrants don't have enough water in them. Give me a break. Give me a break. What this is all about is the utilities, understandably, what they did is they cut off power because they're worried about these high tension lines coming down and causing more fires in the wind, right? When they do that, guess what? They shut off the power that controls the ability to pump the water.
I ask you, we've got to deal with this misinformation. There were hurricane force winds of mis and disinformation, lies.
The LA Times is reporting a reservoir in the Palisades that holds 117 million gallons of water was offline this month for previously scheduled maintenance. It was empty when the Palisades fire exploded. This news is coming as Mayor Bass faced fierce criticism for being MIA as the fires broke out. Her deputy mayor, nowhere to be found either. Brian Williams was placed on leave for allegedly making a bomb threat against City Hall. On top of that, there are rumors of a feud between the Los Angeles Fire Department and Mayor's office after Chief Kristen Crowley said that the city let her agency down. Jason, I want to come to you first. There's a crisis of confidence here, and the leadership has not stepped up to the plate. You've got our current president responding in that way. Your thoughts on how people are supposed to move forward when they don't believe that their leaders are acting necessarily in their best interest?
Well, look how it's going. It doesn't seem to be getting better, and I think leadership is failing them. It failed before the fire, but during the fire. If the president was serious about getting to the bottom and actually making efforts to protect the people of Los Angeles, he would be doing it in the Situation Room, which has all the communications tools necessary to have that communication. That was a press event to protect Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. That's what it came across as to me. And where's the Forest Service? How come, to the best of my knowledge, somebody tweet at me or tell me that I'm wrong, but the Forest Service in places like the Intermountain West, they fight fires in big ways in remote areas. Instead, we got to go to Canada to get, firefighting equipment. We got the Mexicans having to fly in. How embarrassing is that? We have thousands and thousands and thousands of people who know how to fight forest fires in remote areas like this, and I don't see the Forest Service. Where is the Department of Agriculture? Where's the Secretary of Agriculture who oversees this? How come that person isn't involved and engaged? These are the types of things I think Angelenos have to ask, because these firefighters, they're heroes. They've got to be exhausted. But you know what? There are other resources willing to come. But the president's not grabbing hold of this, and the governor's certainly not adding to the solution.
And you've got people on the ground who are suffering. We have a soundbite from Michaela Wilson. She evacuated. Let's listen.
Since we lived there since I think 2008, 2009, this scene has happened many times before, where we've done this, the fire on that hillside. In fact, on New Year's Eve, some kids were playing with fireworks, and there was almost a fire almost at that exact same spot that was put out. The difference is this time, yeah, there were hurricane force winds, but the big difference is that the water, there's no water in the Palisades Reservoir. That's my house right there, the sprinklers on the roof. Even at that point, the sprinklers didn't have enough water pressure to really soak the house.
Anita, you know the area. You know it well.
Jackie, I was there on New Year's Eve, to that person's point, and we were up all night watching that fire. We got woken up at 1 o'clock in the morning. And, look, I have lived in the Palisades on and off for the last 15 years. Right now, we have a rental house there that, by the grace of God, is still standing. We may have some pictures to show that the house next door burned down. So it's really miraculous. There it is. You see the house next door, and the house to the left is ours. It's a miracle that it's still standing. What's sad about this is that the person whose house burned down is the one who alerted the entire neighborhood that there was a fire. He's the one who called 911. He alerted the neighbors. These are his pictures of him. These are pictures that he took, and then he made the treacherous drive down Palisades Drive, down to Sunset to safety. My husband was home at the time. I called him. I told him to get out. And, we have so many friends who have lost their homes. My daughter went to school there. Their friends, they have no homes. Their children, their childhoods are lost. And to Jason's point, these people, and it's not just the Palisades, it's also Malibu. Malibu's been decimated. These people deserve answers. They deserve to know, why was that reservoir offline? It had been, the contract, according to the LA Times, had been handed out in April. Why wasn't it done? We just, we need answers for these things. This is a horrific situation, and we can't just let it go.
I think you're right. Meantime, Fox Corporation has made a $1 million donation to the American Red Cross's California wildfires relief efforts, and continues to be an annual disaster giving program partner, which enables.
Well, there you have it. Shout out to Fox. They're going to say, well, Fox is fake news. Well, there you go, giving out free money to these people that have been affected. It's sad. It's absolutely sad to, see all this acres, tens of thousands of acres, literally gone. Just gone. Shout out to incompetency. Okay. These guys are just straight up incompetent. No water in the reservoir. I mean, what are you thinking? What are you doing? You have no water in your reservoir? And really, we have to go back to this right here, where this guy was trying to start fire with a blowtorch. We have to go there and actually talk about it, because that's just total BS. Total BS. That's why a lot of people are saying this right here may just be, this may just be planned. This is what people are talking about. This may be planned, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm not saying it's for sure planned, but if you have people holding blowtorch to start a fire, what in the world is going on? All right. I know we spoke about this yesterday,
pointing
but
out this guy.
I just
And
wanted
again,
to
it
point
leads
this
to
out again and again for everybody. All right. There we go. We're gonna watch this again.
stopped by some of the neighbors, and this was around the Kenneth fire. Eventually, what you see in this video is they start to hold him down until police do arrive. It looks like one of the neighbors is kind of pointing out this guy. And again, it leads to my next question of, are these fires mostly man-made? Are they arson? Is it kind of a mix of both? What is that situation? What can you tell me about that?
This guy had a blowtorch. He was about to start a fire. That's a good question to ask. Is this a man-made fire or actually wildfires that has been known to happen in California? Why would you have a blowtorch about to light a fire? This man was about to start a fire in somebody's yard. And they're going to say it's Mother Nature. This ain't no Mother Nature. This ain't climate change. This is man-made right here. You see this man right here about to start a fire in somebody's house. What? This is just mind-blowing. Thank God this good guy saw him and say, you will be caught today. What is this?
Well, I think it's too early to really identify, but considering that any natural causes of the fire pretty much was not evident at the time. I mean, seeing things such as lightning, things of that nature, that's more natural. But when you have fires such as this and you see these types of scenarios that play out, yes, most of them are probably arson, probably are man-made. The difference between the two is the arson is somebody's intentionally setting the fire, whether it be to burn trash in the backyard, whether to take and go out and actually incinerate the fires, the vegetation, such as that. That's all stuff that has to be considered. As far as a man-made fire, I mean, driving down, there's been instances where vehicles may ignite because of the catalytic converters, et cetera. They may have ignited, but in most cases, that doesn't happen. Unfortunately, in many cases, it has to do with the human component, which is arson.
Now tell me, if you were just walking down your street and you saw a man with blowtorch, knowing fully well this is a dry state, this is a dry city, he was about to start fire, what would you do? I would do the same thing. I would call him out and say, yo, you ain't gonna go nowhere. We're gonna call the cops on you and you're gonna get caught, okay? I like these neighbors right here. Yeah, this is what you're supposed to do. Protect your neighborhood. Protect your city. Hell yeah, this is what you're supposed to do. Yeah, call the cops on him. Trying to start a fire with a blowtorch. And the update is this guy was high on some type of drugs when they caught him. But we haven't heard anything about this guy since he was caught. This was probably like 2 days ago.
And of course, we are working to figure out if this person has officially been charged or anything of that nature. I'm leaving this video up so folks can get a look because it is a rather lengthy video coming in from Chris Summer. This is again via Storyful, but you can see the neighbors kind of take him to the ground and hold on to him.
Yeah,
Later on, you'll see police arrive and they take him away. So again, he was detained. It's not clear if he was arrested, charged, all of that is still left to figure out. But that is a guy who officials say was carrying a blowtorch, kind of held down by those neighbors right near the Kenneth fire. I do want to ask, do other states who don't necessarily experience wildfires like this have the resources to send over to places like California? Because we know Florida, for instance, deals with wildfires, but other states that maybe don't, are they able to provide?
Look at him on a bike, starting fires. He's going around starting fires, ladies and gentlemen. You can never make this up. When people are saying on the internet, saying this may be man-made, this right here could not just be Mother Nature. People are arguing with them. Here's your evidence.
Those resources to actually help.
I mean, just take a look. Yeah, this is sad, man. This is sad. This is sad. Gavin Newsom, the mayor of LA, y'all need to do something because this is just way too sad. Too sad, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody say I don't see him starting a fire, but you see him with a blowtorch, though. I don't know why people brain be under their legs sometimes. You see him with a blowtorch. I don't see him starting a fire, though. I don't see him starting a fire, though. So until he starts a fire and burn down the whole neighborhood before you say, oh, yeah, he's starting a fire for real. I see. I don't see him starting a fire, though.
Over the last several days, you've probably heard a lot about the super scooper and also seen some of these images after a drone struck one of them, forcing it to be grounded for several days as they're trying to fight all of these wildfires across the LA County area. You can see them raging out of control there. I want to talk more about those aircraft altogether, what they are and how they work. So let's bring in John Gradick, the coordinator of McGill University's Aviation Management Program. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and discuss this a little bit further.
My pleasure, Josh.
All right, so first off, I want to ask you kind of an overall question here. Can you break down what a super scooper is and how it works?
It is the top of the line aerial water bomber that's built by Canadian operations, both in Vancouver as well as in Alberta. It's an airplane that has been around the business for about 60 years. Built originally in Montreal as a CL-215 aircraft. And it is a unique aircraft in as much as it can pick up a lot of water very quickly from either a lake or an ocean, and then quickly go to a fire and drop about 3,000 gallons of water in about 4 seconds on a very targeted area. So it is a very, very mean fighting machine when it comes to aerial firefighting.
Are these all Canadian made, or do they make them in the U.S.? Are they used often in the U.S.? Because we've seen a lot of them here in California.
And we have a contract, Canadian government, or the Quebec government, in fact, one of our provincial governments have a contract with the California Fire Suppression Group. We've been flying 2 of these units every winter to California to base them at Van Nuys. And that contract's been around since 1994. So this is our 30th year that we have these aircraft based in Southern California. They are built in Canada. They're only built in Canada. But the latest version of these aircraft, something called a CL-415 extended aerial firefighting platform, was sold to Bridger Aerospace in Montana about 4 years ago, and that's a CL-415. And it really is the state-of-the-art aircraft. So the U.S. operators basically have 6 of these units, and they are as state-of-the-art as you can get.
Do you have to have special training, I guess, to actually fly one of these? Is it different than being able to fly another aircraft?
It's a very, very fickle airplane to fly. It really, I consider this to be a machine that has aerobatics capabilities. It's really got some very, very fine.
This is why I like, live streams, live shows where we can interact in real time and just listen to people, air their own opinions. This is what I like. I like free speech. I like the fact that you can, say what you think. And I see a lot of people in the comments saying, this guy, he didn't do anything. At least you cannot prove anything in court. He just had a blowtorch. He just happened to have a blowtorch in a city that is already burning. Okay. He just happened to have a blowtorch, but he didn't do anything. Do you like the United States Constitution? Absolutely. Absolutely. You're right. You're right. He didn't do anything, right? All right.
Controls on the airplane. It can fly into canyons. It can fly at very low altitude, 100, 150 feet above ground level. And it's very, 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 it's difficult to fly because you're flying in conditions where you have heat, wind, you're buffeted left, right, and center, and you have to have pilots who really understand the capability and what you have to do to basically safely deploy and drop 3,000 gallons of water in about 2 seconds.
We've heard from our Fox 11 LA team out there. Sadly, there's been a water issue as crews are trying to fight the fires out there. And some of the firefighters have had to watch buildings burn. They've been in tears as a result of that lack of water. So how does a super scooper provide maybe an advantage to help firefighters in those areas that don't necessarily have that water?
Yeah, we have this aircraft that's been built to basically scoop water from either lakes, rivers, or in the case of LA, from the ocean. It can handle fresh water as well as salt water. And it can drop, with a pair of these units, which is what you have now in California, you could drop somewhere in a range of about 150,000 gallons of water every 4 hours. So these airplanes cycle back and forth between the water source and the source of the fire. So if the fire is about 5 miles away or 6 miles away from the water source, these airplanes can really cycle quickly, to the fire, back to the water, and back on the fire in the space of about 10 minutes. So they can drop a lot of water on a fire.
What sort of maintenance is required overall? Because as you said, I believe you described it as a fickle aircraft. How much maintenance is really required for this? I imagine it's more than other aircraft.
It is a fickle aircraft, but it is sturdy. It's well built. These airplanes are built to fly into treetops and into high altitude fires, but they are mechanical devices, and so we keep these airplanes in pretty good shape. I would say for every hour of flying that these airplanes do, there's about an equivalent amount of time spent in maintenance. And in the winter operations, typically, Quebec has about 12 of these units. We've shipped 2 to California, and there's 2 showing up, I think, tonight. So we'll have 4 in California by tomorrow morning. But we'll have the other 8 are going through their annual maintenance, and then those airplanes are in various states of disassembly to get their airplanes back into shape for the spring-summer operations here in Quebec.
And if you look at some of the images there on the left-hand side of your screen, you're going to see some of the damage that was done when a drone struck one of them and caused pretty extensive damage there. What goes through your mind as you have the knowledge about all of this and you see a drone just strike one of these very expensive aircraft?
It's very disheartening for me when I see that drone image, damage on the wing. If that drone had struck the aircraft 10 feet, inboard of that location, it would have hit the engine, and that airplane would have had some extreme difficulty in returning to base if it in fact could return to base. So drones, are nice units to have around to take pictures from afar. When you're in a firefighting zone, that airspace has to be clear. There's a fire boss aircraft that's around that kind of directs traffic, and they're directing big airplanes. They're directing helicopters, very heavy lift tankers, and there's no time for those drones to be in that airspace whatsoever. So it is, catastrophic. It could have been catastrophic if that drone had hit that engine.
And the LA district attorney has said not only will he issue citations and things of that nature, but there could be arrests as a result of those drones that are captured flying overhead, as obviously they're working what is a very active scene. These fires are still burning and causing all of that devastation there across the LA area. Talking again about the super scoopers, do you think somewhere in the future we are going to see more of them made, more manufacturers that are working to build these?
I think, this is a pretty unique aircraft to be built. You need specialized manpower and specialized tooling and jigs to build this type of airplane. In the U.S., you have the AT-802, which is air tractor units, which have a scooper capability of about 800 gallons and do, water from lakes and reservoirs, as we've seen in California. They can't do salt water very easily. The corrosion would be pretty nasty in those airplanes. So, this type of airplane is pretty unique. We are looking at having its new plant just north of Calgary build the next generation of CL airplanes, which are the 515. Plant is currently under construction. We're looking at that delivery of the first aircraft coming out of that plant somewhere in 2027, 2028. The first 22 aircraft coming out of that plant have already been sold. And our friends in Europe have basically bought those airplanes. So if you want to get an airplane, you're going to have to wait until 2029, 2030. They're going to be producing somewhere between 12 and 15 of these aircraft a year.
Yeah, it's going to be a while because, again, I mean, I know we keep saying fickle aircraft, but I think that's a good way to describe it. John, thank you so much for taking the time to join.
With that being said, we got to, pay respect to these people who are actually breaking this whole thing down for us to see what's going on in California. And it's just sad to see, really. These guys are risking their lives, the air pilots, the firemen, risking their lives to make sure this fire is well contained. All right. Of course, maybe some of you don't know, 16 people have been confirmed dead or missing. Okay. 16 people have been confirmed dead. All right. This was Joe Biden. All right. This was Joe Biden addressing the nation yesterday.
Our economy is made over the last 4 years. This morning's job report shows the economy added more than 250,000 jobs in December.
Bunch of caps.
That the unemployment rate has dropped below 4.1, as low as 4.1%. And all told, in 4 years, we've created 16.6 million new jobs, the most of any single presidential term in history. There wasn't a month, not a single.
I don't know where, who are the people who give this guy updates? The most in history. Where though? Where? Give us we're here. Everybody's hustling back to back, trying to pay their rent, trying to pay their bills, making sure their family gets 3 square meal. You're here saying the best job in history. Any presidential in this, what 1%. Are you saying?
And all told, in 4 years, we've created 16.6 million new jobs, the most of any single presidential term in history. There wasn't a month, not a single month, when the economy lost jobs, another record for any presidency. In fact, last month America lost jobs was the month before I came to office. And the question is, I want to make it clear, how and why did we make such progress? We did it by fundamentally changing the economic policy of this country. After decades of trickle-down economics that primarily benefited those at the very top, Kamala and I and our administration have written a new playbook that's growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up that benefits everyone. The new playbook is working, but in 10 days, our administration will end and the new administration will begin. We're going to face another inflection point. Do we continue to grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up as we have the past 4 years, or do we backslide to an economic theory that benefited those at the very top while working people and middle-class people struggled for their fair share of growth? 4 years ago, when Kamala and I came to office, 3,000 Americans are dying per day because of the pandemic. Millions of Americans have lost their jobs and were at risk of losing their homes. Hundreds of thousands of factories and businesses closed, creating despair in so many communities all across America. Supply chains were shattered. Prices soared from everything from cars to home appliances. The previous administration had no real plan to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. In fact, there's an old saying, if the only tool is a hammer you have, everything looks like a nail. And over the course of decades, our Republican leadership's trickle-down economic was a hammer and working people were the nail. Slashing taxes for the very wealthy and biggest corporations, offshoring jobs and factories for cheaper labor overseas while importing products that used to be made in America. To offset its cost, advocates of trickle-down economics ripped a social safety net, trying to privatize Social Security and Medicare, trying to deny access to affordable health care and prescription drug costs. lifting the fortunes of the wealthy, often men attacking the rights of workers. When we came to office with a different vision of America, from the first 2 months I was in office, I signed the American Rescue Plan that put shots in arms and checks in pockets to vaccinate the nation and return us to full employment. We followed up with long-term investments in our future. My Investing in America agenda, which includes the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, together mark the most significant investment in America since the New Deal. The Inflation Reduction Act alone is the most significant investment in climate and clean energy ever, anywhere in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is President Biden saying that his investment on climate change is one of the greatest ever. Yet, California, Los Angeles County to be precise, is burning to the ground as we speak right now. But he invested billions of dollars in climate change. All right? But Los Angeles is burning to the ground. I see. Awesome. We did it, Joe.
And we make these investments. When we do, we buy American. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 30s. It says that any money the president is authorized by Congress to spend should use American workers and American products. The past administration, including my predecessor, failed to buy American, to use American workers, but not on our watch. We're modernizing roads, bridges, ports, airports, clean water systems, affordable high-speed broadband systems and internet, and so much more. And we've incentivized building all these large federal projects with American products and American union labor. Remember the shortage of semiconductors during the pandemic? Those tiny little chips, computer chips, the size of your fingertip, that power everything in our everyday lives, from vehicles to refrigerators to advanced weapons to your cell phones. America invented these computer chips, but over time we stopped making them. And chip factories went overseas for cheaper labor. So when the pandemic hit, we found out how vulnerable America was. Supply chains abroad shut down because of the pandemic. We couldn't get the chips, and prices soared. For example, it takes over 3,000 of these computer chips to build an automobile today. And when overseas factories making those chips shut down, the production stopped and the cost of new cars soared. It didn't have to be this way. I was determined to change that. And that's what we've done with the CHIPS and Science Act, which has attracted $350 billion in private sector investment in America, including from Korea and Taiwan and other countries. These investments are building new fabs, they call them the place where they build these chips, new fabs, massive chip factories, the size of several football fields, on fields of dream all across America, creating so far 125,000 jobs on the construction side of this, which will ultimately create tens of thousands more jobs, tens of thousands. These jobs in these called fabs are paying over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. It's not just the fabs. These investments are creating opportunity for entire communities, for small business, creating even more jobs and much more. You know, when they build these factories, they're going to find out that they're going to need drugstores and shops and restaurants, and everything grows. When faced with unfair practices abroad, we've taken tough but targeted action on behalf of the American workers, businesses, and factory towns. We know the pandemic and Russia's war against Ukraine and the inflation they created caused enormous pain and hardship all across America and around the world. And so we took aggressive action that brought down prices, ordered the biggest release of our strategic petroleum reserve in our history, reducing the price of gas at the pump here in America. I also challenged the oil and gas companies to take their record profits and invest in more production. Today, American energy production is at record levels, including record oil and gas production. Gas prices are $3 a gallon, which is below the price before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. My Inflation Reduction Act took on big pharma and reduced the price of insulin for seniors with diabetes to $35 a month, from as much as $400 a month. Inflation Reduction Act also finally gives Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices across the board. As of this month, out-of-pocket prescription drug costs that's already passed will be capped at $2,000 per year, no matter how expensive the drugs are. Even those expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $14,000 a year, no senior will have to pay more than $2,000 a year. These and other reforms not only save seniors money, it saves the American taxpayers money. $160 billion will be saved over the next decade because Medicare will no longer have to pay the exorbitant prices that pharmaceutical companies have been charging. With our historic backing of unions, public support for unions is the highest it's been in more than half a century. And the labor movement is expanding to new companies and new industries. The middle-out, bottom-up playbook is also about asking the very wealthy and the most profitable corporations, we want them to do well, but begin to pay their fair share in taxes. My predecessor's tax cut, last time he was here, not only increased the federal debt by $2 trillion,
yeah.
It overwhelmingly benefited the biggest corporations, delivering tax cuts to the top 1%, worth more than 50 times what the middle-class families receive. And you've heard me say it 100 times. We have over 1,000 billionaires in America. They paid an average of 8.2% in federal taxes. Look, folks, my approach is leading to better results for everyone. I kept my commitment that no one earning less than $400,000 a year would pay a single penny more in federal taxes. I fought hard to expand the child tax credit for working families that, when it existed, cut child poverty nearly in half. I expanded tax credits to make health insurance more affordable for millions of Americans enrolled in the Affordable Care Act. Because of our policies and confidence of entrepreneurs in our economy, we have also seen 21 million new business applications filed in our administration, the most in any single presidential term on record. And it's important because every single one of those applications for small business is an act of hope, believing in the country. There's so much more from our playbook. But the bottom line is we've come a long way from the crisis we've inherited. Let me close where I started.
All right.
With this morning's jobs report, more than 250,000 jobs in December. In 4 years, the economy created 16.6 million new jobs, the most in any single presidential term. We've created jobs every single month I was in office. During my presidency, we saw the lowest average unemployment rate of any administration in the last 50 years. And battling through the worldwide effects of the pandemic, Putin's war in Ukraine, and supply chain disruption, inflation rate is down to nearly 2%. These are simple, well-established economic benchmarks that measure the strength of any economy, the success or failure of any president's 4 years in office. I believe the economy I'm leaving is the best in the world and stronger than ever for all Americans. So I think that's what we have. We'll see what the next president does. But I want to thank you all. God bless you all. And may God protect our troops. I'm happy to take some questions.
Mr. President, you talked about gas prices coming down. You made today a decision about sanctions against Russia. Are you concerned that that decision will perhaps lead to gas prices going up? And can you explain why those sanctions were imposed today and not earlier in the term?
The sanctions are imposed today because they will have profound effect on the growth of the Russian economy and make it more difficult for Putin to conduct his wars. It is probable that
the wars that you are funding, how is this even possible? You are sending millions and millions and billions of munitions to Ukraine. This man just sent $500 million to Ukraine about 4 days ago. And he's here saying Putin's war. No, you are involved as well because you are sending money over to Ukraine. Stop saying Putin's war. Say our war, okay?
Prices could increase as much as 3-4 cents a gallon. But it's going to have a more profound impact on Russia's ability to continue to act in the way it's acting in the conduct of war.
Mr. President, did you speak to Pope Francis about canceling your trip to the Vatican, and are you disappointed to not make that visit before leaving office?
Well, to tell you the truth, I am disappointed, but it's much more important I stay here with all that's going on. He fully understands that. I did not personally speak to him, but the team spoke with the apostolic delegate, and And so, but I am disappointed.
Mr. President, have you had any reaction to the President Trump's verdict today up in New York and whether or not you believe that the punishment fit the crime? And also, sir, on pardons, have you ruled out a pardon for yourself or any other additional members of the family?
For myself?
Yes, sir.
What would I pardon myself for?
That's what I'm asking.
No, I have no contemplation of pardoning myself for anything. I didn't do anything wrong.
Mr. President, would you comment on Meta's decision to end its fact-checking operations in the United States? Is that a good decision, in your opinion?
Well, look, the whole idea of walking away from fact-checking, as well as not reporting anything having to do with discrimination regarding the TPS, I find to be just contrary to American justice, the way we talk about one another. Telling the truth matters. I mean, I know I'm on national television, but you all are local reporters and national reporters. I'm not, this is not a legit, real question, but what do you think? You think it doesn't matter that they let be printed where millions of people read it, things that are simply not true? I mean, I don't know what that's all about. It's just completely contrary to everything America's about. We want to tell the truth. We haven't always done it as a nation, but we want to tell the truth. And the idea that, you know, a billionaire can buy something and say, by the way, from this point on, we're not gonna fact check anything. And you know, when you have millions of people going online, reading this stuff, it is.
It's called free speech, sir. Sir, it's called free speech. You know, Trump would say, sir. He said, sir. Yeah, sir. It is free speech.
Anyway, I think
of course. Anyway,
I think it's really shameful.
Mr. President, do you regret your decision to run for re-election? Do you think that made it easier for your predecessor to now become your successor?
I don't think so. I think I would have beaten Trump, could have beaten Trump, and I think that Kamala could have beaten Trump, would have beaten Trump. It wasn't about...
well, she lost already, sir.
I thought it was important to unify the party. And when the party was worried about whether or not I was going to be able to move, I thought, even though I thought I could win again, I thought it was better to unify the party. And it was the greatest honor in my life to be President of the United States, but I didn't want to be one who caused a party that wasn't unified to lose an election. And that's why I stepped aside, but I was confident she could win.
Do you think she should run again?
What your assessment is of how long Ukraine can last without further aid? In fact, your administration marks the end of American provisions for their...
Well, I had a long talk with Zelensky today. And I think that as long as we continue to keep Western Europe united as it relates to Ukraine, that there is a real chance that the Ukrainians can prevail, because the cost to Russia is incredibly high. Over 600-some-thousand dead or wounded. The Koreans they brought in is having high mortality rates as well. And I made it clear that I provided every bit of funding that authority I have as president to be able to do that now. And I know that there are a significant number of Democrats and Republicans on the Hill who think we should continue to support Ukraine.
No.
It is my hope and expectation they'll speak up and not agree to President if Trump decides to cut off funding for Ukraine.
He will.
Did President-elect's position
damn sure will.
influence your decision to enact the oil and other sanctions on Russia today? In other words, put more pressure on Russia at a point where the President-elect appears to be driving to the table?
The truth of the matter is, no, But if those other conditions didn't exist, it would have had an impact. I already decided that Putin's in tough shape right now. And I think it's really important that he not have any breathing room to continue to do the god-awful things he's continuing to do. And as I said, he's got his own problems economically, significant problems economically, as well as politically at home. And so I decided to do everything I possibly could within my power and authority to give Ukraine every advantage it could have to be able to sustain support for an independent Ukraine.
You said Vice President Harris will be able to beat. You said Vice President Harris had a good shot to beat Trump. Do you think she should run again in 4 years?
I think that's a decision. I think she's competent to run again in 4 years. That'll be a decision for her to make.
Mr. President, on Venezuela, the sanctions that your administration announced today, some are saying that they don't go far enough by not targeting the petroleum sector. Why was this administration hesitant to apply further sanctions to the oil and gas industry there?
That's still being investigated in terms of what impact it would have and whether or not it would just be replaced by Iran or any other country. So it matters what would happen afterwards. I had a long discussion again with the man who should be appointed president on that score, but since I didn't have a clear answer to what that would be, if I had more time, I may very well do that. But I didn't have enough data to make that judgment.
If I could also ask about Havana syndrome, today the intelligence community assessment changed slightly with 2 intelligence agencies now saying there's an even chance that this is being caused by a foreign actor. Do you personally believe that a foreign actor is responsible for these incidents?
No. Now, do I believe that ISIS's theology, if you will, has impacted people in America? Some that are not particularly well suited to handle the life they live. It has that effect. But I find no evidence, and I spent 17, 18 hours with the community right off the bat trying to determine whether or not there was any outside influence. And thus far, we find no connection between an outside player, individual. But that doesn't mean someone reading the malarkey that's going out there isn't influenced by it. Both these men, both in Nevada and in Louisiana, have been men who've had their own problems but not because they've been influenced by a specific individual.
Sorry, so my question was on Havana syndrome, not Nevada, sorry. On the Havana syndrome, the intelligence community today, part of their assessment changed, saying that there is now an even chance that the Havana syndrome cases and incidents, there's a foreign actor potentially behind them. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't have the full brief on that right now. I'm not going to comment on that.
Do you have an update on Austin Tice in Syria and whether or not he's...
The answer is I'm not going to respond to that because that's an active, ongoing issue. You know my attitude about getting prisoners released from abroad, and I'm not going to comment on that right now.
Just one question again back on pardons and commutations. Can you just give us a sense of what other pardons and commutations you're considering in your last 10 days?
Well, the answer is no, because 2 things. One is that it depends on some of the language and expectations that Trump broadcast in the last couple days here as to what he's going to do. The idea that he would punish people for not adhering to what he thinks should be policies related to his well-being is outrageous. But there's still consideration of some folks, nothing but no decision.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Have you talked about what kind of post-presidency?
These people literally went after the OG, the legend, the 45th, now the 47th president-elect, incoming in 8 days? And this guy is here saying, the idea the idea of this and that, people not thinking like Trump, he wants to persecute them. You sent the, the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago, his personal home. Where his family stays. Like, what is that? And you were the president of the United States. What did you do? I mean, this man, you knew this man was running for re-election, and you allowed the FBI go raid his home, personal home. Yeah, that ain't gonna work, man. Yeah, you gonna get. You better pardon yourself. You better go on ahead and pardon yourself, because you gonna get it. All right, 16 people have
You're
been
also going to
confirmed.
notice there
All
that
right, here we go. Just so you know the updates right here. The wildfires burn across Los Angeles County. You can see right here, ladies and gentlemen.
29 arrests have been made near the fire zone. That is according to the sheriff. Now, the sheriff confirming those arrests have been made near the fire zones, and many of them are from looting.
40,198 acres burned. Do you know how large 1 acre is? Now you have 40,198 acres burned. 29 arrests. 16 missing in LA County. 16 deaths confirmed. 2 major fires remain. Too sad.
Gigi Graciette with our Fox 11 LA team saying that one person was actually dressed as a firefighter and caught trying to burglarize a home. Sheriff Luna said that he walked up and at first thought the person was a firefighter until he saw that that person was in handcuffs. A bit earlier today, I spoke with the district attorney in Los Angeles about the looting and why he says he's going to make sure everyone and anyone who steals or violates the curfew there will be charged. Los Angeles District Attorney Nathan Hochman joining us now to discuss the situation. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. I know you have been very busy, so we definitely appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Of course. And I do have to ask, because as the district attorney, what goes through your mind as you actually see people are looting from those who have lost so much there as these wildfires are burning? You have folks that are going and stealing people's possessions and belongings.
You know, I'm actually one of the over 200,000 people who have been evacuated as a result of these fires. In fact, my sister's home that she raised her 4 boys and grew up, and they basically grew up in, has been burned to the ground. So I take this very personally, as do all people in Los Angeles, who look at the people who are trying to take advantage of this situation, that basically they are preying, they're predators on those who have tragically lost everything, whether it's looting, whether it's robbery, burglary, grand theft, whether it's breaking curfews and being out there and using up the resources of firefighters and law enforcement, whether it's people flying drones that have now grounded when those drones are up, the super scoopers. In fact, one drone actually hit a scooper and put it out of commission. You know, whether it's people who have engaged, obviously, in the horrible crime of arson. If it turns out that we find these people, they will be prosecuted, they will be convicted, and they will be punished to the maximum extent of the law. I want to make that crystal clear. So there is no confusion later that I would only get a slap on the wrist if I did any of these crimes. No, these crimes are despicable, and they will be punished accordingly.
On that same note, why is it so important for you as district attorney to make sure that is the case? Because we know in situations like this, as you mentioned, people think, I'm going to get a slap on the wrist, no big deal. But, you know, you're making sure to go a step further and say, look, this is despicable. This is horrible, you know, activity that people are doing. So why is it so important for you to make sure that these people do face criminal charges?
Well, I mean, imagine the situation where you've had to leave your home and it wasn't burned down, but the county has ordered you to leave it to evacuate for your own safety. And the police are out there 24/7 trying to protect it. but there's people who are trying to get into your house, trying to rob you at your lowest point when you're suffering from these tragedies and working as a community to ensure everyone's safety. I want to send again that message to these folks that are trying to do this, that your conduct is despicable, that you, in taking advantage of people in their lowest moment, will be prosecuted to the maximal extent possible.
You touched on this a bit earlier, but when you heard that a drone that was flying overhead had slammed into one of those super scoopers, they're trying to help put out these major fires. What goes through your mind as DA when you realize that someone is flying a drone and it crashed into this expensive aircraft that is just trying to help, and now it's out of commission?
Well, here's what goes into my mind, that the person who launched the drone, whether they did it because they wanted their own private view of the fires, or whether or not they were trying to scope out which houses were still there so they could go rob them, that person has to understand they have violated the law. And not only violated the law, but potentially really hurt people and the ability of the firefighters to fight these fires. And so again, that is that selfish conduct, that narcissistic conduct, that just greedy conduct that put your interest over the interests of your community will be dealt with as harshly as I possibly can.
We saw a video that was circulating and actually spoke with the people who captured the video of a man who had a blowtorch. I know that guy was taken into custody because he was, according to neighbors, trying to set different items on fire. He has not, as far as I understand, been charged in connection with any of the fires, but on a different offense. Are you concerned that there are other people out there who see these fires and want to start their own? As we know, many of the fires that happen, these wildfires, are man-made in some way. So are you concerned of kind of copycat situations?
That's exactly what we're concerned about, that someone thinks that it would be either they're slightly deranged or they have that evil intent to take advantage of this situation, and they want to add to the burden that firefighters are fighting across this county. Again, I can't be clear enough that we will arrest those persons. It's not a question of if, but when. They will be prosecuted and they will be punished to the full extent of the law. The entire book will be thrown at them.
My last question for you here, what message do you have for people? And you've touched on this already, but what message do you want to get across to people who are planning to break that curfew, even if they're not going to be doing anything against, well, it is against the law, but anything criminal, and they do want to go out and be out? They say it's just a curfew, no big deal, or they are going to potentially loot. What message do you want to make sure to get across to them?
You know, these curfews are designed for your safety. They're designed for the community's safety. They're designed to allow law enforcement to focus on bringing back stability to our community. And they're certainly designed to allow firefighters to focus on what they need to focus on, which is fighting the fires and not having to report looters or having the looters get in their way of fighting those fires. So as inconvenient as this is, and trust me, I am inconvenienced as well, having to evacuate from my home from almost a week at this point, you got to abide by the law. The laws are designed for the community's benefit. Don't put your own interest above the entire community at this very, very unstable, sort of tragic time where people have lost so much. The other thing I would like to point out is this. There's other types of people who are going to be taking advantage of this situation. And those are the people who are either engaged in price gouging, whether it's people renting rooms, whether it's people selling services, selling goods. You get to raise the rate by 10%. If you raise it above 10%, you are guilty of price gouging. You will be prosecuted by the district attorney's office. You can be sued civilly. So please, please do not do that. And for all those internet scammers out there, please understand that we will absolutely go after you. Your conduct is as despicable as if you were effectively looting. In fact, that's what they're doing. They're looting over the internet of people who have tragically suffered these situations. And by that, I mean someone set up a fake GoFundMe page. Well, I've been in touch with GoFundMe. They have now instituted policies and have policies to try and root out all these people who are predating or predators on their site or setting up fake GoFundMe sites. With respect to people who are going to set up and target people who are seeking insurance benefits, people who are seeking government benefits, please know, check out these resources before you give your confidential information to them and make sure they're the real deal. And as importantly, report them. If you encounter one of these scams, please report it. We will investigate it. We will locate the people who are engaged in this criminal conduct, and they will be held to justice.
All right. District Attorney Nathan Hochman, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Stay safe out there. I mean, it's not just my family that's been affected. I was in the Palisades, the Pacific Palisades region right in the middle, and right next to my sister's house that burned down. And I did a 360 look, and it is apocalyptic. And I don't use that word lightly. I've never seen a situation, I've lived here over 60 years in Los Angeles, that gets close to resembling it. I lived through the 1990s with the fires, the floods, the earthquake, and the riots. This isn't even close to that. It is so much worse. So everyone out.
Well, a lot of people are saying this was intentional and that this right here is going to make sure the huge conglomerate companies with unlimited funds, the hedge funds, the big banks, come scoop up all of this properties, lands, acres and acres and acres and acres of land. There you have it right here. 40,198 acres burnt. 40,000 plus burnt. So it's like this thousands, tens of thousands of acres up for grabs. Tens of thousands of acres are just there up for grabs. There you have it. Sad to see. However, it is going on and it's happening right in front of everybody's eyes right now in the United States. 12 days into the new year, this is happening. Don't forget, we had the ISIS attack in New Orleans by the former military vet, now, passed away. In New Orleans before the Sugar Bowl. Now, this. And before this, we also had the explosion by some military guy through a Cybertruck in front of Trump's tower, or in front of Trump's International in Las Vegas. So just 2025, we've had these 3 huge events. Okay. Also in Bronx, there was a fire that broke out 2 days ago. So it's a lot going on this 2025. It's just 12 days in, and we're having all of this stuff. Also, Mark Zuckerberg says he's bringing back free speech. No more fact checking, okay? Dear Lord, thank you. No more fact checking. It's now community note, which I think is well thought of because X started community note, and that has really helped X to be a very reliable platform. So Zuckerberg doesn't want to be left behind, and Meta has probably the highest users in terms of social media. Nobody competes with Meta. It's just what it is. I don't think YouTube does. I don't think X does. I don't think any of this platform does. However, these are huge platforms. I mean, we're here on YouTube. However, it's like Meta is just huge, absolutely huge. But he's bringing back free speech, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. And of course, for some reason, CNN doesn't like it.
Facebook. I think they've come a long way. I watched it.
CNN doesn't like the fact that he's bringing back free speech.
Elect Donald Trump at his home in Mar-a-Lago on Friday. It comes as Facebook is making big changes, rolling back its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, as well as ending its fact-checking protocols. Here's what President-elect Trump had to say about the changes.
Well, I watched their news conference, and I thought it was a very good news conference. I think they've come a long way. Meta. Facebook. I think they've come a long way. I watched it. The man was very impressive.
Do you think he's directly responding to the threats that you have made to him in the past?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
And joining us now is the reporter you saw in that video, CNN's Steve Contorno. Steve, help us understand the significance of this meeting, the timing, and then the changes that we're seeing.
Jessica, this meeting between Trump and Zuckerberg caps what has been a remarkable few months for the billionaire and his social media empire and the way it has been positioning itself for the Trump administration. Just take a look at just a handful of the moves that Facebook and Meta have made in recent weeks. They have eliminated fact-checking and other guardrails on posts that have ended their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at the company. They have donated $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund. They have increased the outreach of Mark Zuckerberg and his acolytes to conservative media. They have appointed Republican Joel Kaplan as the new head of global policy, and they also named UFC CEO and staunch Trump ally Dana White to Meta's board. White is someone who was at Trump's convention earlier last summer and also at his victory party and is very close to the incoming president. And Zuckerberg spoke a little bit in an interview he had this week with Joe Rogan about what he looks forward to in the Trump administration. Take a listen to what he said.
I do think that the American technology industry is a bright spot in the American economy. I think it's a strategic advantage for the United States that we have a lot of the strongest companies in the world. And I think it should be part of the U.S.'s strategy going forward to defend that. And it's one of the things that I'm optimistic about with President Trump is I think he just wants America to win.
Oh, really?
Of course, all of these moves come just months after Donald Trump threatened Mark Zuckerberg with life in prison if he didn't change the company in ways that appeased Trump. And now, after Trump wins election, we are seeing Zuckerberg make a series of moves seemingly with Trump in mind. Jessica.
Indeed. Steve Contorno, thanks so much. And our panel is back. Brian, start with you because you were talking about this in the last segment. How do you read these policy changes?
Zuckerberg wants to get off Trump's enemies list and he wants to stay off Trump's enemies list. That's the simple explanation. I think the slightly more complicated explanation that's also true is that Zuckerberg has long resented the pressure that he has felt to police misinformation and hate speech on the platform. He wants a hands-off approach, and now he feels the cultural winds have shifted and he no longer has to try to stamp out lies on his platform. He can just let it all out there and he can let the users police themselves. He wants, most importantly, I think here, he wants favorable treatment for Meta from the US government. He wants the FTC case against his company to go away. And I think everything he's doing should be viewed through that lens.
Yeah. Sarah, how do you see it? And what do you think it means for people, working at the company? What does it signal to the people working at Meta?
I completely agree with Brian. This is an attempt to get on the good side of Donald Trump and to get ahead of any regulatory threats and sort of societal reputation threats for the next 4 years. For employees, I think this is a little bit shocking. A lot of tech companies are going to donate to an inauguration. They're going to appoint prominent Republicans in their DC offices. That's not really shocking. But the elimination of fact checks, which was a pretty robust program that they've been working on for many years, the elimination of all their DEI programs, I think for employees, this is a sign that Meta isn't just doing this for political posturing, like they're actually shifting the ethos of the company. And you know this, but tech companies are traditionally progressive. The employees that work at them are traditionally progressive. And so this is probably something I'm hearing internally that's very jolting. The other thing I want to note is that in getting on Donald Trump's good side, Brian mentioned the FTC case, Meta is also establishing better rapport with all of the regulatory agencies underneath him. That is going to be critical. You'll recall that FTC case is about potentially unwinding the acquisitions of Instagram and WhatsApp. It's massive for Meta's business. And we're seeing with TikTok right now, like regulators do have the ability, lawmakers have the ability to really be punitive towards your company. And so I think they're just trying to get ahead of all of that. And they're doing it in this very rapid fire way. I'm sure it's shocking to employees.
Yeah. And Brian, we saw Zuckerberg going on Joe Rogan's podcast this week. He blasted the Biden officials for asking Facebook to take.
So free speech is shocking to employees, I see. Free speech is shocking to employees. Oh, wonderful.
Post on vaccine misinformation and called for a, quote, new kind of cultural elite. What did you think about that appearance and what he had to say?
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me, he's this guy that's been all buttoned up. I feel like he's the kind of guy that's like letting his collar out, like letting his hair grow out. He's letting it all loose.
Like aesthetically, he even looks looser, right?
That's what he's doing. Yes, he has changed. And in some ways, this may be a very personal, very, in his part, something that he's going through personally, where he has moved to the right personally. He's become more conservative personally. And that is partly what's going on here, but he's also trying to reorganize the company for a Republican term and for a president who has been threatening him, so it's very, very specific in that regard. But I do think there's a worthwhile conversation to have about where these speech policies should be. Was Facebook being too progressive? Were these other platforms trying to act more like social justice warriors than as neutral arbiters? That's a genuine and interesting conversation. And frankly, he got into that on the Joe Rogan podcast. It is important for these platforms not to alienate half the country. On the other hand, by making these more conservative changes, this MAGA makeover this week, Jessica, I think Facebook might be alienating a lot of liberals and a lot of independents. And we just won't know until we see the user data months or even years from now.
And how it all plays out. Yeah, Sarah, one argument I heard was kind of the idea that, look, they had all this fact checking in place, and yet there was still a lot of misinformation on these platforms. Did it actually work? Kind of going piggybacking off what Brian was saying. What do you kind of think of that argument?
Well, I interviewed Meta's CMO earlier this week. One of the things he told me was that Meta was looking at the X community notes platform for fact checking for a long time before they announced that that's what's going to be replacing their old fact checking efforts. They think that that's a pretty wise solution, because sometimes when you're trying to explain to somebody that they're wrong, they're less likely to listen to you, as opposed to getting community response from something, leaving the post up so no one can say that they're censored. Like, that could be a better source for combating misinformation. I think the real challenge, though, is there is a very big difference in policing political discourse misinformation in the U.S. versus life and death manipulation abroad. Like, the UN came out and said that Facebook was responsible for the genocide of military officials against its own people. That is a pretty serious problem. So in the U.S., we're policing misinformation around Donald Trump and this and that. Abroad, where Meta has fewer employees, sometimes fewer that can speak the native language and understand the cultural nuances, making some of these shifts around fact-checking, I think, is a very, very big deal. But to Brian's point, we're not going to know that until we watch how this plays out. And I want to be hopeful and optimistic. Maybe this is a better way. Yeah. Maybe this develops better trust, but we're not going to know until we see it.
CNN. Even CNN supports free speech at this point.
Yeah, we kind of have to live through it to find out. I do want to talk about TikTok before we go. We're all going to live through it. Brian, yesterday the Supreme Court signaled it will likely uphold this ban. TikTok's Chinese-based parent company ByteDance has until January 19th, of course, the day before the Trump inauguration. What happens now?
Well, Meta would benefit. Some of TikTok's rivals will benefit if this app suddenly is no longer updated in the App Store and gets worse and worse and essentially becomes crippled by this action by the U.S. Congress. Will Donald Trump be able to do anything to stop it? I think that is the giant question now.
Yeah. All right. Brian Stelter, Sarah Fisher.
Stop it. To reverse it, in the months to come. Sorry.
Right. Yes.
So is he saying that TikTok is still going to work after January 19th? It's just not going to update in the App Store?
As Congress, will Donald Trump be able to do anything to stop it? App Store and is no longer updated in the App Store and gets worse and worse and essentially becomes crippled by this action by the U.S. Congress.
So it's still going to work, but it's not going to be updated. How does that work?
I want to get to the personal side of the fires. Celebrity fitness trainer Jillian Michaels joins me now. You had to evacuate your mom in California. That was in this fire, right? Tell the story.
Yes. We actually lost our home in 2018 to the Wolseley fire. So you would think that something would have changed since then. And unfortunately, nothing has. Things have only gotten worse. And this is not like 2018 to now. Do you realize that northern Malibu just burned down 4 months ago? This is a yearly occurrence, which is why it's inexcusable the lack of preparedness the misappropriation of water. It's just absolutely outrageous. So my mother is in Brentwood. My ex has a place in Topanga Canyon. My brother also lives in Los Angeles. I have friends that I've grown up with. We got out and went to Miami, but I have to go constantly back and forth because of family. And Bill Maher's studio is there. I work with Bill Maher. So we were there for New Year's, and the fire broke out. My ex moved the kids to Pasadena. I moved my mom to West Hollywood, and I was supposed to come to New York to do New Year, New You press, which is so ridiculous. And I left the next day, and subsequently, my ex's in-laws house burned down, and my mom's house is still in jeopardy, and my ex's house is still in jeopardy, and I have numerous friends who've lost their homes, and people are absolutely devastated.
Gillian, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to go back to the press conference in Los
Angeles.
Angeles. They're asking questions, and I want to hear this.
Red flag warning still in effect. They will resume again next week. There is no rain in the forecast. What are you doing at this point to earn back people's trust and to make sure these mistakes don't happen again?
Well, first of all, I think that was addressed at the beginning of the press conference by Kevin McGowan.
I would like that from you. I don't. You're the top official here.
So let me just be clear. I am going to spend every moment that I can making sure that I am in as many areas as possible, meeting and talking to residents to see what is needed in the recovery. But I also mentioned that we're moving into recovery mode at the same time, meaning that we want to see the city rebuilt. We want to see Los Angeles come together. Let me finish. We want to see Los Angeles come together.
You have millions of people here who get these alerts. They are ignoring them. You still have red flag warnings in effect. There is a real threat here. What is your message to your constituents who are losing faith? You started this entire press conference begging people
of
not
Los
to turn their phones
Angeles
off.
region to have faith in what we are doing 24 hours a day. I can say on behalf of our first responders, from the fire department, the police department, we are doing everything we can to bring the situation under control, and success has been reported. We know that we're going to have a possible increase in the force of the winds at the beginning of next week, and getting Los Angeles prepared, doing everything we can to save lives. That is our number one job, to protect people's homes, to protect people's businesses, and to prepare to rebuild Los Angeles in a much better way. We're going to stand united, we're going to stand together, and we are not going to allow politics to interfere, and we're not going to allow people to divide us for political gain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. One over here.
Bobby Castro from Good.
Gillian Michaels, you've been watching this.
Yeah.
And
outraged. We're going to get prepared. What do you mean you're going to get prepared? You should have been prepared. We're not going to allow politics to come into this.
Nonsense.
This is all politics. You cut the budget of the fire department there by $17 million. Fire hydrants were broken, reservoirs were dry, new reservoirs that were supposed to have been commissioned in 2014 via Proposition 1, not one of those reservoirs has been completed. The forests are mismanaged, no control burns have been done. All of this should have been in place already. And I would love to give it to you. Like, let's say that you do have global warming. I'm not an expert on this, but I'm gonna run with it. Knowing that you have global warming and knowing that California is inherently a tinderbox and you have the Santa Ana winds and it is simply a climate that is ripe for these kinds of catastrophes, how are you so grossly underprepared? And see, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The outrage that's being expressed here is extreme. It's across the board. Is it sufficient? Will it result in a change in politics in California?
That is
Can you
exactly
get a Republican
the point. That is the issue, is that even whether or not this is blue or red, I have no idea. The issue is that whether you're Republican or Democrat, it's a nonpartisan issue. You're meant to be mitigating disasters. So to me, it's purely a leadership fail. I don't care if it's a blue or a red. It's a Newsom problem. It's a Bass problem. And it's been going on for years now.
They are obsessed with climate change and obsessed with DEI. I don't care what your opinion on those issues is, but those issues should not get in the way of the safety of the population.
When you look at where the state's water is going,
the ocean.
whether it's running off into the ocean to protect a small fish or it's being channeled to a few very large industrial farmers who are billionaires. I'm not talking about small and middle-sized farmers who are responsible for 80% of the state's water and 2% of the state's GDP, and they make large campaign contributions to the governor. I mean, this is the tip of the iceberg of what's going on here.
Oh, man. She spilled the milk. She spilled everything. She done told the whole story. This is what is going on in California right here. She just mentioned it. This is what is going on in California right here.
I'm not talking about small and middle-sized farmers. When you look at where the state's water is going,
the ocean.
whether it's running off into the ocean to protect a small fish or it's being channeled to a few very large industrial farmers who are billionaires. I'm not talking about small and middle-sized farmers who are responsible for 80% of the state's water and 2% of the state's GDP, and they make large campaign contributions to the governor. I mean, this is the tip of the iceberg of what's going on here.
Jillian, I'm afraid I have to break away.
Yeah, she done. Oh, yeah, it's over. Somebody give that lady a coffee. She done spilled it. Spilled the old milk.
Okay, we're getting some breaking news. We are watching firefighting airplanes. They are dropping fire retardant on the fires in Southern California. This is from moments ago. This is near Route 27 Topanga Canyon Boulevard. In just a couple of days, the forecast for the damage caused from the LA fires, it has skyrocketed. So on Wednesday, AccuWeather forecasted the LA fires would cost anywhere between $52 and $57 billion worth of damage and economic loss for the area. AccuWeather almost tripling that forecast this morning. They now say the cost could be between $135 and $150 billion. The estimated total insurance losses are also rising. JP Morgan forecasting $20 billion in total insurance losses. Juniper RE estimating about $9 billion in property insurance losses. But that number could balloon to $20 billion once you factor in commercial and auto claims. Insurance stocks right now taking a beating as they prepare to dish out all of this money for these claims. Mercury General, Allstate. By the way, Mercury General, they're based in Los Angeles. That's most of their business. Allstate, Travelers, Chubb, Progressive, all these stocks are lower right now. Insurance costs are surging and probably will continue to do so. But here's the question. How is this going to affect the LA real estate market? I want to bring in $1 Million Listing Los Angeles darn realtor Josh Flagg. And my first question is your property and your home okay? And how are you and your family and your friends doing right now?
Well, I'm okay. You know, we have a place in New York and LA, so I'm here right now. I wanted to get out of there because what are we going to do? I mean, if the house burns, the house burns. I don't need to be in it, right? Let's just put into perspective of how big of a deal this actually is, because I think people realize what a big deal this is. But, you know, I was walking down the street today. This is the size of Manhattan.
I think 2 Manhattans at this point, according to our
Nothing
reporters.
like this has ever happened. This is apocalyptic. Every one of my friends' beach houses are gone. My friend Rick Caruso, gone. Candy Spelling, gone. Melissa Rivers, gone. All of these people are really close in my life. It's it. Like, this is like something that has never happened in California history. It's insane. And by the way, this didn't need to happen if we want to get political.
Well, okay, let's talk about Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles. She's being criticized left, right, up, and down for her. She was reportedly warned before she left about the high winds, and she went to Africa.
If Rick would have won, this would never have happened. This would have been handled so completely differently. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. This is not like we're in the middle of the country. We're in the most sophisticated city in the world, in the U.S., between New York and Los Angeles. This doesn't happen. Can you imagine if Manhattan burned overnight, if the city didn't have this handled correctly?
And if
it would
we
never
didn't have,
happen.
and if we didn't have water?
It's not even, it is so absurd.
Right.
So, I mean,
there is a lot of blame also being pointed on the insurance side of the story at Sacramento and lawmakers in Sacramento because of the way that the insurance market is regulated in the way that it operates. And that a lot of these homeowners, either they don't have fire insurance or they were dropped about 100,000 people just around the Santa Monica Mountains
I know people
reportedly were dropped by their insurance
I know
companies
people
by
that are
State Farm.
self-insuring houses that are multi-million-dollar houses because who wants to spend $500,000 a year on insurance? It's absurd.
So what happens to these people that their homes are gone? Do they rebuild? Do they just sell the lot and walk away?
That's the question. I think it's going to happen. This is my personal opinion. It's going to come down to age demographic. If you've been living in the Palisades or Malibu and you're, let's say, in your 80s, are you going to sit through permitting your house, which already is a nightmare, with Coastal Commission, all that kind of stuff? You're going to spend 9 months for permits, and then you're going to spend 2 years to build. By the time you're done, you're 85 years old. I don't think so. I think those people are going to buy very high-end condos and whatnot. Let's take people that are in their 30s and 40s. The question is, this is apocalyptic. Do you want, your house is gone, the Palisades looks like Mars, right? Do you want to start this process and build up again in the Palisades and start, seeing 1,000 lots and then all of a sudden these beautiful houses rebuilt? So are you moving to Brentwood or are you moving back to Beverly Hills? I think in terms of, this is too soon to tell, but the question, I think either way, it's sad to say, it's going to affect the real estate market in a positive way. I mean, rentals, in
other areas where people are going to try and buy.
Yeah, I looked yesterday. I mean, it's just, look, we're not trying, the facts are the facts. I looked yesterday, houses that were for rent sitting on the market for 6 months, all of a sudden yesterday, there was a red arrow in the MLS, meaning the price went up. Yeah. Because they're taking advantage of the fact that people need places to go. So the rental market is going to explode. And then for the people that are not going to want to sit there and rebuild for the next couple of years, they're going to buy a house. So all of a sudden these houses in Beverly Hills and even Brentwood, which wasn't really as affected, those houses are going to go up in value.
Sure. Okay. Understood. Now, you have some listings in Pacific Palisades. Are those properties still standing?
No.
Your listings are no longer, because we saw them on your website.
They're gone. We might as well change it in the MLS from house to land. Who wants a single piece of land?
Okay. Have you talked to any of your clients? Or those clients?
I mean, well, first of all, right now I'm trying to move them into places right now. Right now I'm trying to get them into, I just literally sitting in the green room, I got a call from somebody that the house burnt down. We need something right away. So I'm putting them into a house in Bel Air that I'm putting it on next week. So I'm going to put them in.
We're looking at your listings. Are these homes gone?
Well, most of these ones are in some of these are gone, but these
Pacific Palisades. These are your Pacific Palisade listings that we're showing.
Some of these houses are gone. I mean, some of these houses we don't even know if they're gone because even the homeowners can't get in. They were evacuated, but I was on with my friend Melissa Rivers. She didn't know for 2 days if her house was gone. We were chatting, and I was like, "Well, what do you think?" And then we found out, the house is gone.
It is heartbreaking about what has happened, and the bigger question, especially for Pacific Palisades, is a good friend of mine, her home that she was remodeling, it's gone. Their rental that they were living in is gone, and their children's school is gone. What happens to Pacific Palisades? Because you don't have a community. You don't have stores. You don't have, all the commercial side as well.
It's going to be a long time before it returns because it's gone. It's literally like a city is gone. It's not like, a couple houses or a couple streets. There's no infrastructure. There is nothing left. So the question is, that's not something that we're just waiting 9 months to get permits and we start rebuilding. This is building up an entire community. And the real question is going to be, what's going to happen with the cost of construction? Because the contractor's going to have a field day with this one. I mean, they're going to jack the prices up, obviously. And then what's going to happen with insurance, which was outrageous to begin with?
The premiums.
It's sort of kind of over for LA at this point. They're going to jack the hell out of these prices to the roof. Okay. Too sad. So Beverly Hills is still there.
Joining us now, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell. Welcome back to the show. Thank you for your time this morning. We know you are pressed on many sides as you try to help out in California and many other places. What is the federal role at this point in California, and where can people get help?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing right now is as the firefighters in California being supported by the National Interagency Fire Center, they are coordinating the resources for the fire suppression, the fire containment. FEMA is now starting to support with the major disaster declaration the individuals that have been impacted. And we want to make sure that they start that process by, one, registering for assistance at disasterassistance.gov, but also contacting their insurance company, because we'll need to know exactly what they are going to cover, but more importantly, not cover, so they can be eligible for different programs within our system.
I want to ask you, because FEMA is pulled in so many directions. You're managing multiple disasters at once. There's still the ongoing situation in western North Carolina. Families trying to recover from Helene there. They just had a winter storm come through there as well. Our local affiliate, WLOS, actually an ABC affiliate, said this, that the FEMA Transitional Sheltering Assistance Program is ending for about 3,500 households there. The program's provided hotels rooms to thousands of Helene survivors across the mountains. However, on January 3rd, FEMA started notifying those in hotels that they're no longer eligible for the program. I know that's been extended, I think, through the 14th. But what's your message to those families? One woman they spoke to said she has a broken down car. Her home is uninhabitable. She doesn't know where to go next.
Yeah, the Transitional Sheltering Assistance Program is one of our best tools to help people in those immediate weeks and months, in some cases, like we're seeing in North Carolina, with what their initial housing needs are going to be. You know, there's a number of reasons why somebody might have received that notification. You know, what we do is we call everybody. We call them every 2 weeks to check in on where they're at, what their status is, and is their home able to be occupied again. But one of the biggest things is when we call them, if we don't hear from them, the only thing we can do is assume that they've been back in their home. And so one of the things I want to make sure, if somebody has received that notification but they haven't talked to somebody at FEMA and their situation is still in need, they are still eligible. We just need them to get in touch with us so we can talk to them. Everybody's going to have a unique circumstance. Everybody's going to have a unique situation. We need to work with them all individually to make sure we're getting them the right resource so they can continue to stay in a safe place until their home is either rebuilt or it's accessible.
Okay, quickly, can you give us the best, whether it's a website, an email, or a phone number for them to use in those cases?
I think the best thing for them to do would either to call our 1-800 number, 1-800-621-FEMA, but more importantly, they can go into a disaster recovery center and talk to somebody face to face. I always find it so much easier to talk to a person, show them where you're at, show them what your status is, and then they can work right there to make sure that you're getting exactly what you need.
All right, Administrator, thank you for the information.
I mean, she's out here taking, interviews with Fox, for that matter. So it's like she's open to talking to anybody. However, it's like her leader, who happens to be Joe Biden, is the person that, a lot of people are going to blame. But she's doing what she can. You can't really blame the head of FEMA. You can't really blame, because she answers to the president.
Fox News alert right now, fire crews in Los Angeles racing to contain an out-of-control wildfire, bracing for more strong winds to threaten their progress. 16 victims are confirmed dead and more than 100,000 remain evacuated. Joining us now is the latest with California Fire Battalion Chief David Acuna. Chief, thanks for being with us this morning. Let's start with just an update. How do we feel about containment? What areas are the most threatened as we wake up this morning?
Good morning. Thank you for having me on. Well, honestly, the entire perimeter is threatened. Although we are 11 and 15% containment for the Palisades and Eaton, respectively. The concern is these winds as they go back and forth. Adam did a great job of pointing out all the weather of the Santa Ana winds. One of the elements that we look at as well, though, is that all that air ends up being a pocket off the ocean. Well, as soon as the winds stop, the winds go the other direction. So we've been dealing with these battling winds that threaten every inch of that line, which is why we're being so cautious with the containment percentage.
So, Chief, right now, as we stand here today, how do you feel about the resources available to you? Do you have everything you need to best fight these fires?
No, you don't.
We have more than 12,000 firefighters assigned to these incidents, and with more on the way. With 7 states contributing, as well as Canada and Mexico, it's all hands on deck, and we're thankful that everyone in the Western region and internationally are coming to our aid.
So let me ask you a couple questions of personal curiosity as we watch this fire and the firefighting unfold. We see a lot from the helicopters, the super scoopers. It's on the screen right now. We see fire retardant being dropped. Tell me a little bit. You drop water, you drop retardant. Is the aim to hit the area of the fire? Is it to aim ahead of where you think the fire is headed? Is it both? Tell me a little bit about the strategy from an aerial perspective in fighting these fires.
So helicopters primarily drop the water, and their goal is to slow the fire down enough to let crews to get in. Aircraft provide fixed wing aircraft provide two different elements. So the retardant can be used directly on the line to slow the fire down so crews can get in, but it also is designed to create areas like, say, on the ridges where you saw that aircraft just drop right now, to be able to create a line that the fire won't be able to get past. So it is a combination of direct and indirect attack.
Right. So I was looking at the evacuation zone. I don't know if we have that map that we can put up, but just with a little bit of a working knowledge of Southern California, what I saw when it comes to the Palisades fire is that it's approaching essentially 101, it looks like, on the northern side, and 405. These are highways on the eastern side. One, do those highways provide you a natural fire break that helps in fighting the fire? Two, they also represent, those highways, population centers. So are those real concerns for you? That would be, I would assume, on the 101, like Sherman Oaks, Woodland Hills. Over at the 405, you're talking about Brentwood, places like that.
Well, you're absolutely right on both points. They can be a fire break, especially when we have, relatively low winds, 5-10 miles an hour. They're great fire breaks, but they're also population centers. Now, when we have 60 to 100 mile per hour winds, like we saw on Tuesday and Wednesday, that's just simply not going to be sufficient, which is why we struggled so early on this fire, because it was just blowing so incredibly fast.
Okay, last question for you before we go, Chief. I asked you what you have available to you today. Is it satisfactory for what you need to fight these fires? I don't want to push you into the blame game unless you feel like it's warranted. But if you look back on how prepared you guys were, what was made available to you in the beginning stages of these fires, do you feel like you were best served to fight these fires from the authorities in terms of water and everything else you need?
Yes, actually we did. We moved a number of resources from CAL FIRE from the north because they have sufficient rain and snow up there, all the way down to Southern California to prepare. We didn't know where the fires were going to be, so that as soon as we did have a fire break out, we immediately engaged.
Okay. David Acuna, California.
Oh, yeah, you had enough. That's why there was no water in the fire hydrant. That's why we have over 40,000 acres burnt, 16 killed, but you had enough. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
That we've made with our partners in addressing the alerts that have been going out in error. Late yesterday afternoon, we distributed a press release that details some of the immediate improvements that are now taking place. Copies of this press release are available at the front of the room. First, we have made an initial determination that the erroneous alert that went out the first time on Thursday from the Emergency Operations Center was indeed correctly targeted to the right recipients. We believe that the problem occurred in the software system that accidentally blasted this alert countywide rather than to the targeted recipients who needed to get the information to safely prepare to evacuate. As we drill down with our vendor to establish the root cause and apply corrective measures, we are taking the immediate step of changing our alert and notification system to partner with the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services and the State Alert and Warning Center. The county's Emergency Operations Center is already tied in with the state's Operations Center and can actively issue emergency notifications in coordination with the state utilizing the state system. Second, on the issue of the echo alerts that continued to go out countywide yesterday after the first erroneous alert was corrected, we've been working tirelessly with FEMA, the FCC, the state, and our region's telecommunications providers, and we've made the preliminary determination that the echo alerts happened as cell towers came back online after they were knocked offline due to this disaster. The outdated alerts were cached in the system, and as they came back online, started being released to the public. We are very grateful to our federal and state partners who are working with the cell phone providers to make sure that all of these outdated alerts are flushed from the cell phone towers so that this ceases. We believe this process is largely complete, and we are working with our federal partners and the providers to ensure that there is not a reoccurrence of the alerts going out in error. This has been frustrating, unacceptable, and the public is in the most need of accurate information, and we are moving forward rapidly to reestablish that. Finally, the press release spells out some of the immediate improvements that we are concurrently making to establish a more robust multi-layered notification system. We're enhancing 211 call network to respond to the public's urgent need for information. Technology, it can be great. These emergency alerts helped us evacuate hundreds of thousands of people in immediate life safety measures. We've undoubtedly saved lives. But the last couple of days have also reminded us that technology is vulnerable to the impacts of a disaster, especially unprecedented ones. So I will close by reminding everyone in the public, please, for your safety, the safety of your family and friends, to receive emergency alerts, you can sign up for our local program, which will be utilized by the state by going to Alert LA County. These are customized alerts. They are different than the wireless emergency alert. When you sign up, you can put landlines, your cell phone, you could receive text and email messages. Go to lacounty.gov/emergency to sign up for Alert LA County. With that, I thank you, and I'll introduce Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
So good morning. I will be providing an Eaton Fire update. The fire is now estimated to be 14,117 acres with 15% containment, with over 7,000 structures damaged or destroyed. We have 2,832 personnel assigned to the incident, and it is static at this time. Elevated to critical fire weather conditions are predicted to continue through Wednesday. Moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds will affect Los Angeles County, and today, tomorrow, and then again on Monday through Wednesday. LA County Fire will be prepared. These winds, combined with dry air and dry vegetation, will keep the fire threat in Los Angeles County high. I would like to take this moment to express my gratitude to Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger, along with Supervisor Horvath, but also to all of the boards of supervisors for their support of my personnel on my department and me as a department head and fire chief. To our first responders battling these wildfires from the air and ground, we recognize and commend their tireless dedication in protecting residents and properties. And finally, to our residents, please rest assured that we will continue to battle these wildfires until they are fully contained. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for the repopulation, the recovery, and the rebuilding. I would now like to invite up Todd Hopkins, Unified IC, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team for the Palisades incident.
Good morning. The Palisade incident is now at 21,596 acres and 11% contained. It is being in Unified Command with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 coordinating the efforts. Ground crews and aerial assets worked through the night in the Mandeville Canyon area, creating containment lines and protecting structures, continuing a full suppression effort. Approximately 100 engines were surged into that area for direct suppression efforts and for structure defense. 6 night flying helicopters were utilized all night, and additional night flying resources were also ordered. It was an approximate 1,000 acres in growth last night in the Mandeville Canyon area. Early estimates from an aerial reconnaissance indicate approximately 5,316 structures have been destroyed. And please, what I want you to remember is that structures does not mean homes. Structures can be homes, outbuildings, RVs, automobiles, or other types of things like sheds or outbuildings. Damage inspection teams have been in the field surveying properties. As of this morning, it's confirmed 426 homes have been destroyed. We still have over 105,000 citizens that have been evacuated. There is a fire weather watch being issued for the next 72 hours. And tonight, there will be a community meeting at Calvary Westlake Church at 6:30 p.m. tonight. The address for the meeting is 5495 Via Rocas in Westlake Village. And next, I would like to introduce LA County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Thank you, and good morning. So this morning, our staff at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has increased to approximately 700. We continuously bring people in. We've shifted to 12 on, 12 off shifts in patrol, and we will continue to reevaluate that as the needs come up, not just in our area of responsibility, but the entire county of Los Angeles and our partner law enforcement agencies' needs. Just to reiterate, our missions include hard road closures, traffic control points, roving security, welfare checks, evacuations as needed at the request of our partners at fire. And from what I'm told currently, we are not performing any evacuations, but that can change at a minute's notice. And we're doing escorts for essential service needs like animal recoveries, medications, and things of that nature. Now, I want to take a couple of minutes to explain this so that hopefully everybody understands. An evacuation order versus warning. And I want to put this out to our community, some of them who have been significantly impacted. And we're trying to have as much empathy as we possibly can, but safety does come first. I would like to reemphasize that an evacuation order is a mandatory directive for residents to leave the area immediately due to imminent danger. Wildfire, floods, anything of that nature. Failure to heed our warnings can put individuals at risk and potentially interfere with emergency response efforts. You've heard me say it the last couple of days. Every miraculous story of a rescue or tragedies that we're encountering, the majority are people who did not heed the warning to leave or the order to leave. Failure to heed these warnings, I already talked about that. Evacuation warnings are precautionary alerts informing residents that they should be prepared to evacuate as the situation may worsen, so you got to be ready to go. A lot of people are coming back saying, hey, I need my medicine. Please try and remember, and I know it's chaotic, it's stressful, it's not easy. Important paperwork, your medication, your pets, maybe supplies for your pets, those kind of things, have those ready to go. While it's not mandatory, it's strongly advised to prepare to leave the area to make other arrangements. Please understand the decisions to evacuate or issue warnings are not made lightly. I have been at command posts or other venues where they're talked about very seriously. We do not want to inconvenience people that we don't have to, but there's always a top priority. Is your life in danger? That's what the priorities are made for. Many orders have been downgraded or lifted related to the Eaton fire, such as Glendale, La Crescencia, much of Pasadena, Monrovia, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, Arcadia, and some in Sierra Madre. We continue to reevaluate these areas, and we will adjust when the time is appropriate. Overall, evacuations for the Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, Kenneth, and Lydia fires, numbers are both for the county and city area. Evacuation orders are approximately at 153,000 residents that are under the evacuation orders, and approximately 57,000 structures are still at risk. Regarding evacuation warnings, approximately 166,000 or a little over 166,000 residents are under evacuation warnings. I'm going to switch now to the curfew order that we have in place. A curfew order was established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones that will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice. That is something else we continuously will be evaluating. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent any crime, specifically burglary or looting, in areas where residents have been evacuated. Many times when we're trying to evacuate people, their number one concern is somebody going to break into my house? They shouldn't have to worry about that because they're worried about so many other things. This is trying to assist them. We ask that all individuals comply with the curfew and stay clear of the affected zones unless you are authorized personnel or emergency responders. We have people driving up and around trying to get in just to look. Stay away. Anyone found in violation of this curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor offense under the county code, and conviction may result in a fine of $1,000 or jail. We understand that this is extremely stressful and absolutely challenging, but we appreciate our public's cooperation, our community's cooperation as we work together to get through this crisis, and we will do it together. National Guard deployment. We have roughly 400 National Guard members deployed around the region that are assisting. Not only us, but our partners at the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa Police Department, Arcadia and Sierra Madre Police Departments. They're assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure missions. I want to switch now to arrest and criminal activity. These numbers fluctuate and they do change. In total, we have made 22 arrests between the Eaton Palisades fire. 19 arrests in the Eaton area and 3 in the Palisades area. All these individuals were in areas they were not supposed to be there, meaning they had no business being there. Of the 4 arrested last night, 2 were arrested for unauthorized entry of emergency areas. Basically, we had 2 arrests for curfew violations. You heard me say it yesterday. We've directed our deputies that under these circumstances, if you get arrested for a curfew violation, you are not going to be cited and released. Those 2 individuals were actually booked at stations. So I'm just letting you know, you go out there and you violate this curfew, you are going to spend time in jail. You're not going to get cited and released. I want to make that very clear. Most of the arrests were made for burglary, looting, including trespassing, possession of narcotics, identity theft, and 1 suspect was on active parole and charged with the possession of a concealed firearm. These are the kind of folks that our deputies are encountering, stopping, investigating. Some of them need to arrest, some of them don't. These did. Switching gears on you again, something that we're starting to do this morning. Search and Rescue Task Force. Through Unified Command, the department has committed 40 members of its specialized search and rescue teams to work jointly with our partners at Los Angeles County Fire, Urban Search and Rescue Team, the Coroner's Office for LA County, FEMA, the Office of Emergency Services, and the use of cadaver dogs to search for remains and reunite families. They will conduct systematic grid searches that will commence this morning to locate missing persons and reunite families. Due to safety concerns, we are unable to safely search the impacted areas during the hours of darkness. So this will only be taking place while there's light. We will be staffing a joint family assistance center at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena. from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. People will be greeted by deputies along with providing them with additional resources that they may need. If our residents need to take a missing report, our deputies will do that at that point. I encourage you, if you believe somebody's missing, go there, talk to the deputies. We will assist you in any which way that we can. Regarding deaths at this point, and again, this information continues to change. Be patient with us. We have confirmed 11 deaths in our jurisdiction. Again, that does not include LAPD and Pasadena. This is just LA County Sheriff's area of responsibility. 8 in the Eaton Fire and 3 in the Palisades County area. We also have reports for 13 missing individuals. Are those related or not? Maybe, maybe not. We hope to find everybody safe. We want to bring closure to the families. Family assistance centers are open to provide information to people looking for missing and family and friends, and they will be comprised of the Office of Emergency Management, Sheriff's personnel, Los Angeles Police Department, Red Cross, Medical Examiner, and the Department of Mental Health for the County of Los Angeles. These centers will provide information to families and victims regarding this mass casualty event. A couple of other things, and I'll wrap up here. I know it's a lot of information, but there's a lot going on, and we're really, really busy. Donations. We talk about arrest. We talk about the sad things going on, but I got to tell you, I have been getting a ton of phone calls and inquiries from good people who want to help. They want to donate. So they want to help the people impacted in the disaster. If you are in a position to be able to lend support to countless people who have been left with little or nothing, please contact the Emergency Network of Los Angeles by visiting www.enla.org. The last 2 things more. One, if you haven't heard, we were scheduled to have an NFL playoff game here Monday night at SoFi Stadium, the Rams versus the Vikings. The decision was made to move that game. It is now going to be taking place in Glendale, Arizona. I'd really like to thank the NFL and Stan Kroenke, the owner of the Rams, who looked at the situation and understood that that would be a draw on more resources, both from the LA County Sheriff's Department, the Inglewood Police Department, LA County Fire, and other law enforcement partners. We're in the crisis. Those resources need to go elsewhere. Last thing I will mention is if you need more updates on evacuations or road closures, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I will now be introducing Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna. Yesterday morning, the federal government declared a federal public health emergency. And in alignment with the federal government, Los Angeles County Public Health has done the same. Among other things, this emergency will assist with staffing ratios at our medical facilities, both residential and at our hospitals, and ensure displaced residents have access to the necessary medications and prescriptions. In addition, there will be a focus on the health and safety of our first responders to ensure that they remain healthy while they are protecting our communities. All of the emergency proclamations I have signed as the chair of the board, along with our local public health emergency declaration, will be ratified on Tuesday in our motion that I have co-authored with Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. We have received an overwhelming amount of support and outpouring of assistance from all corners of the county, state, and quite frankly, the nation. It is paramount that we appropriately harness and utilize these resources to maximize the benefit to the impacted residents to address their most immediate needs. And let me go off script for a minute. Last night when I got home, one of my dear friends lost everything. And I went on the GoFundMe page that was set up by his family. And I was shocked to find out that to give $500, they were going to charge me $95. So I'm going to be reaching out to the CEO of GoFundMe to find out if at the very least they can cut the cost in order to ensure that the money goes directly to the family. I think it's important for us to recognize that I know it's a company and they deserve to be able to pay for their overhead, but at the same time, We are in a crisis. These families are suffering. So again, I'm going to be reaching out to the CEO of GoFundMe to ask him to, at the very least, slash the amount of money that's costing to give to people in need. To that end, with the fact that we are looking at how to best harness and utilize these resources, a motion which is going to be co-authored with Supervisor Horvath is going to include a directive to our Chief Executive Officer to immediately work on the development, oversight, and draft parameters of a fund to be managed by a third-party fiscal sponsor to provide flexible spending that supports the most impacted individuals in the communities that have been devastated by these fires. On that note, I also want to take a moment to emphasize to our constituents that we will be here during the recovery process every step of the way. I've talked to people that want to know when they can begin to rebuild. I'm directing our county departments to set up local assistance centers for residents who've lost their homes. These will be one-stop shops for resources on the ground and in the community. We are here for you, and we will be here for you throughout the entire time it takes to restore our neighborhoods impacted by the fires. We are going to rebuild LA, and we're going to rebuild it in a timely fashion. Lastly, I want to mention an important resource for those who've been displaced and in need to begin the claims process. All our LA County libraries and their staff are available for displaced residents to use computers and internet access to complete the FEMA and assessor claim forms. We have also engaged the assessor to provide a warm line for the library to get questions quickly answered and resolved for residents. I continue to work with FEMA to address the problem that has occurred when people apply and they check the box that says they have insurance. Their claim is automatically denied. FEMA is aware of this glitch and is working to correct it. As soon as we get an update, I promise you we will provide that information. But I encourage everyone to go to any one of our libraries or go online if you have access to a computer to begin the claims process with FEMA. And if you have any issues, be patient. We are working day and night to make sure that we get you the answers. With that, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate your strong, clear, and resolute leadership in this time of crisis. I know that people are concerned, and the united partnership of everyone standing here this morning is essential to ensuring that everyone remains safe and that we are able to move forward towards recovery in a united fashion. LA County had another night of unimaginable terror and heartbreak, and even more Angelenos evacuated due to the northeast expansion of the Palisades fire. I want to thank all of you who have and are swiftly evacuating. Your cooperation is essential to keeping you, your loved ones, and our first responders safe. The evacuation order from last night includes Sunset Boulevard north to Encino Reservoir, from the 405 freeway west to Mandeville Canyon. The evacuation warning area is the south border is Sunset Boulevard east, Bellagio Road, Roscomari Road, north Mulholland Drive, and west 405 freeway. On the south, Mulholland Drive and Sepulveda Boulevard, east 405, north Ventura Boulevard, and west Louise Avenue. And this area includes the Encino Reservoir. New evacuation shelters are now open in Van Nuys and Canoga Park to provide immediate support for those who've been displaced, including our veteran community from the North VA campus. Overnight, the American Red Cross and field teams from every city, county, state, and federal district were mobilizing on the ground to help move safely our evacuated residents into safety. It was simply astonishing seeing people come together in these wee hours to protect our residents. I want to thank those who are on the front lines who work tirelessly to respond to fires that threaten our Topanga community. The past 2 days, including aerial support and boots on the ground, your swift actions have made incredible difference for our residents. And this focus has been necessary, critical, and impactful. I specifically want to thank Chief Maroney, Captain Drew Smith, and Captain Jen C2 for your partnership in making Topanga a top priority in firefighting efforts. In response to the ongoing fire, we've declared a local health emergency, as the chair shared, and this is effective county-wide. This also includes prohibiting the use of power air blowers, which can spread harmful ash and smoke particles. And the motions that Supervisor Barger indicated also include a funding program for those impacted. We know that while we are fighting on the immediate term, we also know longer term we have to start getting those systems in place. We are hearing the concern from our residents that we won't be able to move swiftly, so we are working in a coordinated fashion to ensure the systems that need to deliver for our residents are working together and that we are securing the resources to swiftly get them to our residents. We're also urging residents to avoid ocean waters from Surfrider Beach to Dockweiler State Beach due to contamination caused by the fires. Please prioritize your health and follow these guidelines. Also, as Chair Barger mentioned, we introduced a local proclamation of emergency to be ratified at the Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday. This will also cut through red tape so county departments can respond more effectively, give Cal OES the ability to provide recovery assistance under the California Disaster Assistance Act, and unlock critical state and federal resources. At my request yesterday, Senator Schiff reached out to Secretary Mayorkas and FEMA to investigate the emergency alert issue that Director McGowan spoke about. And I want to thank the Senator, the Secretary, FEMA, and the White House who communicated directly their immediate partnership with us to diagnose and address the telecommunication errors. We know this issue is serious, it is frustrating, it has added chaos to an already catastrophic crisis. Some mobile carriers have confirmed that the issue is cleared on their systems. We are waiting for that confirmation from additional mobile carriers, and we will continue to fix this issue. I know these are incredibly challenging and devastating times for our community, but I want to remind everyone, we are here for you. You see partnership in every shelter, incident command post, and across our resilient and beautiful county. Together, we will rebuild and recover. Remember, all mandatory evacuation orders and warnings, in addition to all emergency information, can be found at emergency.lacounty.gov. And some of the statistics that you've heard on arrests and acreage and others are focused on the statistics that LA County provides. We also know that our local partners in the city of Los Angeles, the city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and others have their additional statistics as it relates to arrests and the work that they are doing on the ground. We are working in a unified command situation, and we want to make sure that the information we are providing you is accurate. We appreciate our partners who are working with us collaboratively to ensure the safety of all. Please continue to check and follow all evacuation orders for the safety of you and your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. We also want to recognize a few individuals that have joined us at today's press conference. We have with us State Board of Equalization Chair Antonio Vasquez and also Senator Ben Allen. And we are also joined this morning by U.S. Fire Administrator Dr. Lori Moore-Merrill. Thank you for being here. We will now transition to question and answer with the press. Does anyone have a question?
And sorry, this is for the sheriff. Can I just take this So it's on camera. Okay, thank you. Some communities that have been closed off, such as Altadena, are letting residents back in to collect important items from what remains of their homes. They were told that they'd need to present important paperwork to get back in, but some residents we've spoken to say that they lost those documents in the fire. What should those residents do to get back to their homes?
Well, number one, I feel for anybody who was impacted by this event. So I would recommend that they go to the Family Assistance Center that we've set up. I can give more information at the end about the location. I think I gave the address sooner, but please go there, engage our employees, and I can assure you we will do everything we can to assist them with their critical needs. But I do want to repeat something. I know people are frustrated. Any of us would be frustrated if you want to get back to your own home. When we say you can't do this, it is based on their safety and the safety of others trying to get in and out. So be patient with us. As soon as we can get people safely back in, it will be a top priority for us. Thank you for the question.
Right here in the middle. And please, when you're asking your question, if you can state your name and which media outlet you're with.
Simon Bowie, CBS Network News. A couple of questions. In the days in advance of the catastrophe on Tuesday, the event was described as a potentially life-threatening event with catastrophic potential outcomes. I'm curious to know if there were any efforts taken on behalf of county officials, especially considering what's happened to Altadena, in advance of the event, to request assistance from other municipalities throughout the state or other states in general to send fire apparatus to us. And was that done? And then I have a follow-up question.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So yes, I've communicated at the previous press conferences the actions that the LA County Fire Department took in advance and during this fire siege. We did communicate with state agencies. We did communicate with our region partners. We communicated with the LA County Fire Departments. We did upstaff the department. We did pre-position resources. As a matter of fact, on Tuesday morning, the 7th, prior to 7 a.m., I gave permission to hold over the off-going shift of the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Every day, we staff 900 firefighters throughout our communities out of 176 fire stations. And at 7 a.m. or thereabouts, we held over the off-going shift, and we now had a firefighting force of 1,800 firefighters. We staffed all available reserve apparatus prior to the start of the Palisades fire. I did everything in my power to make sure that we had enough personnel and resources before the first fire started. I alerted my board via memo regarding the situation prior, and on Wednesday, I recalled all LA County firefighters back to work. Not only 2 shifts, all 3 shifts. I was the one that made the call to the State Office of Emergency Services. I requested 250 additional engine companies consisting of 1,000 personnel. The state OES went to outside states, the Western United States, for additional resources to be brought into California, to be brought into LA County. We have national and international firefighters, Mexico, Canada, all of our surrounding states are here right now fighting this fire. So it wasn't for a lack of preparation and decision-making that resulted in this catastrophe. It was a natural disaster.
Thank you. We have Sheriff Luna.
Luna wants to add something.
And we'll get to your follow-up.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Maroney. I just want to add from the law enforcement side and really from the county family side, and I'm going to start off by really talking about Kevin McGowan, who's back here, because he's our Director of Office of Emergency Management, and he had all county departments on a phone call as we were getting the weather updates. And as we were getting them, they were getting worse. So Obviously, we did everything we could to plan for the worst. I don't think any of us anticipated it was going to be this bad. And as you see, we're making history here, and not all for the right reasons, right? From a weather perspective, climate perspective, and all those things. But from the law enforcement perspective, we made sure that we had our resources in place. I was on the phone with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state. We were in communication with the California Highway Patrol. We were already putting things in place along with our other partner law enforcement agencies in LA County, which includes my multi-daily conversations with Chief Jim McDonald from the Los Angeles Police Department. So there were a lot of things going on, a lot of moving parts. But remember this, for anybody who's watching, we weren't dealing with one fire. We weren't dealing with two fires. We were dealing with multiple incidences all around our county. And I got to tell you, from a first responder perspective, we're still answering 911 calls. We are still responding to people who are asking for help throughout the entire county of Los Angeles. So I just like to throw this out. And you're going to ask tough questions. We need to answer those tough questions. But man, I'm telling you, I am so proud, and I could speak from the policing side of it, our deputy sheriffs, because most of them haven't had a day off. Most of them haven't seen their families, but they're out there. I've run across many of my employees who have tears in their eyes because they're seeing the devastation, and it's impacting them, it's impacting their families. Not to mention, I've spoken to at least 4 of my employees who have lost their houses, total losses, and I'm getting more of that every day. So I just want to throw that out as we're talking about our preparedness and what we're doing and next steps. This event is unprecedented, and I'm really proud to be part of this county family and the partnerships that we have in the region and the state. I believe our mutual aid systems are second to none in the entire United States.
Can I just add one thing onto that? And Chief Maroney, you touched on it. I was at the Rose Bowl yesterday, and that is the command center where all the different agencies are positioned. And I had the opportunity to talk to firefighters throughout the state from CAL FIRE, but also from Kern County, from Santa Clara. And they were talking about the fact that this is a year-round situation, and they stand ready at a moment's notice to drop everything. And they commit to, what I was told, 14 days at any incident. So this is an example of mutual aid, but this is going on constantly, and we are always prepared. And to Chief Maroney's point, even before this fire broke out, they were preparing, knowing that the Santa Ana winds were coming. So we were prepared for what we believe to be a very dire situation. And so I also want to thank you, Chief Maroney, because you did alert us and you had an all hands on deck working with the sheriff. So I just want to make that point clear.
Thank you, Supervisor. Did you have a follow-up question? Did he leave? Your follow-up question? Did you have one? Okay. Over here in the back.
Hi, Morgan Winsler with ABC News. My question is for Sheriff Luna. Can you provide an update on the ongoing investigations into the fires, into the cause of the fires? And also, are you able to share what potential ignition sources investigators are looking into right now?
Yes. As I stand here right now, from the last update I have, it is still absolutely an extremely active and fluid investigation. And what I mean by that is not only do I have assigned detectives working on the multiple fires, but we are working in collaboration with LA County Fire, LA City Fire, the Los Angeles Police Department, the FBI, and the ATF. And they are meeting as we speak. And I can tell you this, that we don't want any gaps in information. Any and every clue is important. And it does give me an opportunity at this point to say this to all of you. If anybody out there has any information on anything suspicious, maybe there's a conversation, maybe there's a social media post, something that you think just doesn't sound right, get it to us. We are not going to leave any rock unturned if this is a criminal act. I'm not saying it's going to be. If it is, we need to hold whoever did this or groups responsible. But we're not there yet. This could have been caused by other causes, but everything is absolutely on the table.
Exactly. You see what's happening right here. They're saying this could have been caused by any other sources. Okay, it's not just Mother Nature, natural disaster. You see what I'm saying? This folks right here. We just saw a video of this person with a blowtorch about to start a fire. Now they're saying this might have been caused by something else. Okay, be open. They're saying be open. Be open to man-made fires.
Thank you. One last question here in front.
Hi, Kirsten with KCAL News. Clarification on the alert system. Is it required for residents to go online and sign up? There's no automatic alert. I mean, some people don't have power or access to the internet to do that process. Will they be automatically notified at all if they are in that zone?
Yes, the system that we're partnering with the California Office of Emergency Services still has the ability to issue wireless emergency alerts through their process. That is the push notification that goes to cell phones. If people have right now, the best way, if you don't have access to sign up directly with through the internet onto the alert system, would be to call 211 and get assistance through that source.
Thank you. That's the end of our press conference.
To be clear, if I may, I just want to be clear. You don't have to sign up. You'll get the alerts automatically. Anything that you want in addition, I think what Director McGowan is saying is any clarification that people need, you can go online. If you can't go online, you can call 211, but the alerts are automatically being sent. And you also can't unsubscribe, which is, I know, been frustrating for people too. They want to shut the alerts off as they've been disturbing through that repetitive process.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Yes, yes, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You've heard them. You've heard what they have to say. As far as I know, as far as we can hear, it's like no answers. It's just a bunch of words, okay? No action. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to the firefighters in LA County and the people actually doing the work and not just coming here to talk, okay? To talk. Talking would solve nothing. Talking solves nothing, okay? They had no water in their fire hydrants. The reservoirs were dry, okay? And if you're just tuning in, thank you for tuning in. Subscribe to the channel. Double tap your screen for a like. And we also have memberships in this channel. It is $4.99. So join the membership of the channel. And for anybody who wants to go to the inauguration, the swearing in, and the victory parade, I have two tickets. One for me, one for my daughter. So I'm not saying that I got a ticket for you. I'm just saying that I got two tickets for the swearing in ceremony. I got two for the presidential inaugural parade, and I got two for the Make America Great Again victory rally. And yeah. So I will be driving. I will be driving to Washington D.C. from Atlanta, Georgia. It's about 7 hours drive. I don't want to fly because I want to stream and I want to be able to, do stuff. So, and I got my daughter with me. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. And we're going to live stream the whole process. And hopefully it's not too stressful because I've never been to any one of this before. Never, ever. So, hopefully it's not too stressful. So, if you're going to be there, let me know. Maybe we can link up. With the torch makes you guilty. Yeah, he's guilty. Yeah, he's guilty. Starting a fire and shit. Anyway, so yeah. If you're gonna be there, let me know in the chat. And maybe we may be linking up in DC. Who knows? Nobody knows. But instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And of course, believe in God. A lot of people are saying, you know what? Do you want to go on the 20th? I don't know with everything going on, but just not every person with Yeah, somebody says, "Be safe, please." Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I mean nobody knows. Okay, but I don't think it's gonna be anything wrong going for the swearing-in ceremony. I mean, she I don't know. We're gonna stay blessed. We're gonna stay protected, and God is in control on the 20th. That's what I believe. God is in control on the 20th. Anyway, you guys be safe. Subscribe to the channel. We have been streaming for 4 hours, 52 minutes. 4 hours and 52 minutes. You guys are the best. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for being a part of the channel. Thank you for donating. And yeah. What are you doing? Uh yes. Stay strong. Life is hard, but stay strong. Stay strong. Stay strong. God is good. God is great. God loves you. Okay, no matter what you're going through, God loves you. All right. It is what it is. Keep going. Never stop. Never stop. Never stop. Never quit. Just like the 45th, now the 47th. Never stop going after your dreams, your aspiration, and your goals. Okay. Do something that propels you. Do something that inspires you. Do something that pushes you towards your goals. Okay. And take care of your kids. Okay. For you men out there, you better take care of your kids. Take care of your kids and take care of your family. I love you guys. Stay strong. It is Genesis, and I am signing out. It is your boy Genesis. One more time. Genesis.